Thanks for attending. Welcome to the regular meeting for Lacombe City Council, Monday, August the 28th. It is 5:31 p.m. and I'll call the meeting to order. As you can tell, we have a lengthy agenda here, so we'll do our best to get through things as efficiently as we possibly can. For the first order of business with respect to the agendas, are there any items on the consent agenda? Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I'd like to pull out the council meeting scheduling committee of the whole September 18th, please.
September 18th. Very well. Does it, Councillor Connick?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. If I could pull out the CEO's report and the census as well. Just a couple of quick questions on those.
Very good. And census. Anyone else? If not, if we could have a motion for the remainder of those items. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I move to accept the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. And I believe that is on your machines for voting now. Thank you. There we go. That is unanimously in favor. And then for the overall agenda, are there any items there? I do have one in-camera item, more of a notice for council. So if no one has anything other than that, if we could have a motion, please, Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I move that we accept the agenda as amended.
Thank you. Last chance, we're all good. Very good. Then that item is up on your machines now. And that is unanimously in favor as well. Thanks, everyone. So this evening we do have a public open forum, item 3.1, and we're going to welcome Donna McDonald. Thank you for being here, Donna. And the title here is Nuisance Poplar Trees in English Estates.
Correct.
So as you've been advised, you've got 5 minutes to outline your issue. And if you choose to take any questions as part of that, that's your prerogative. So whenever you'd care to start, the floor is yours.
Okay. So my name is Donna. I've lived in English Estates since 1994. And so I have had an issue with the poplar trees actually in English Estates for quite a while. So anyone that has lived here for a period of time knows that about 10 years ago or so, there was a big wind. The poplar trees there are at the end of their life. They were full-grown trees when I moved here in 94. About 10 years ago, there was a big storm and all kinds of those trees blew through a couple of people's houses, roofs of their houses. And since that time, they have been continued to blow down. A lot of people had them in their own property and removed them. Back behind my house is a whole row of trees that are very old. They were meant to be shelter belt, so they're just one thin, tall tree. And they have been blowing down. So for about 8 years or so, I've been writing, expressing concerns that they're going to fall onto my property and do some damage. About 3 or 4 years ago, they fell onto my neighbor's place. They missed her shed. They fell and hit her, not her porch, but her, oh my gosh, I can't think of what it's called. Deck. Yeah. So fell on her deck. The town did come and chop up that tree. They came and looked again. Last year, 5 blew over back behind my house. 3 blew one way, 2 blew another way. They fell on my fence, on my neighbor's fence. They missed my trees in my yard, and they missed his shed. Again, I was expressing concerns that someone was going to be hurt by those trees. Anyway, as a result, they did come. They did an assessment. They thought that the trees that were still standing were okay. They cut up the trees that had fallen over, but they did not kill the stumps. And so then this year, the stumps of those trees have sent shoots up. So that right behind my house, there's an easement between my house and that row of trees. At least 70 trees grew up there this year. They were able to kill them, but consequently, they have also come up in my yard. So I have pulled, I don't even know, 50 maybe trees out of my yard. When you pull them, they will leave like a spike or break off a branch or whatever. So you cannot walk in my yard anymore with your bare feet because there's spikes sticking up all over my backyard. That I have asked that like I did some research myself trying to figure out how to deal with that. What should have happened was when those trees were dealt with after they fell down, they should have been killed. The stump should have been killed. That's how you kill poplar trees, according to the research that I got. You have to kill the stump. They didn't do that. So all of these shoots come up and now they're in my yard. Now the idea that I asked, I have been sending letters back and forth, and I was told that if I wanted to get rid of them, which what the hell? Who wants 70 poplar trees in their backyard or more? That I would have to get rid of the roots. I don't know how to get rid of the roots. They're through my whole yard. And in order to do it, I'm assuming I would have to dig up my yard. I don't know, but I have also underground sprinklers, which would, it's not feasible for me to leave those trees or to deal with those trees. I don't know how to do. So I had asked, I know that they are trees that are behind my yard. I bought a house with trees in my backyard, just off my backyard. I understand that, but these trees fell over and have been for the last 10 years blowing over. I have asked so often to deal with them before problems happen. Now I've got problems. And like I said, I understand if it had just happened inconsequently, but those trees blew over and they were not ever dealt with properly. Now I've got these incredible amount of poplar trees growing up in my backyard. And so I am hoping that there's going forward, I am hoping that they can deal with the trees properly when they fall over. Also, last year they said everything else was okay. Well, lo and behold, this year, one more is falling over. It's being held up by 3 more trees. But when it goes, it is going to fall onto my fence and my neighbor's fence again. I already had to fix my fence last year when it fell, as did my neighbor. It's going to go again. Now, they did mark it. They did mark that one. So I guess they're going to deal with it. But I hope that they do not just, I hope it's dealt with properly. But the trees they're at the end of their life. Like they're at the end of their life, those trees. And it's just time until something really expensive happens. If it was to fall on my shed or my home or one of my neighbor's sheds, my deductible's $2,000. Like I think it's a preventable issue. The trees the shoots are preventable and the falling of those trees is preventable. So I'm hoping that you guys can discuss it and come up with a plan. I don't know, like that. I talked to the recreation guy. He said that.
As you're well aware,
Oh, is my time up?
it's actually long since up.
Oh.
However, are there any additional points that you want to make? So it's both the existing damaged trees and the shoots that are coming off these that are the issue?
I'm hoping that you guys will get back to me on what, where we're going to go going forward with
Okay.
this, to prevent this or deal with what's in my yard now.
Very
Yeah.
good. Well, we appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I expect we'll be having a conversation with our CEO who will try and glean some information from our arborist or
Okay.
whatever the case may be, and we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Your worship, make your way up. Next up is his worship from the mayor of town of Penhold, Michael Yargeau. Mike, we appreciate you having here. It is not in your capacity as mayor, however, you're here as a representative for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and we appreciate you coming to present to us. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's also kind of fun for me because I've never been on this side presenting to a different council. So my name is Mike Yargeau. I'm the mayor of Penhold. I'm also one of the 7 Alberta members on the board of directors for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and I'm also the vice chair of the Prairies and Territories Caucus for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which is Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. So as I'm sure you're well aware, the city of Lacombe was formerly a member of FCM back in 2019, where costs were the major reason for your decision not to renew your membership. Your 2023-24 FCM membership invoice will be $3,548.20 should you choose to rejoin. So for those unaware, and I know many of you have been at the annual convention, so you at least have some understanding, but FCM is the national voice of municipal government. More than 92% of all Canadian municipalities are members. The united voice is what makes our municipal sector heard in Ottawa. Now, I do have this presentation. I'm not great at going through all this stuff, so I'm probably not going to go through all of it. But it is also available for you to read, and I've got another report that I'd like to leave you guys when I'm finished. And at any time, if you have questions, don't be afraid to ask. So your membership dues are set by the board of directors. They fund sustained action on a range of issues through government relations, expert policy analysis, media, member engagement, and more. Membership dues also support our legal defense fund, which enables FCM to intervene in national precedent-setting cases to stand up for municipal interests. So I will talk about some of the things I think FCM has won on and done a great job for us on. Of course, we've got the $3.225 billion Universal Broadband Fund, of which the city of Lacombe in 2023 was allocated $875,000 of that. The Permanent and Indexed Canada Community Building Fund, which is formerly the Gas Tax Fund, was doubled in 2019 and 21, and I believe it will be doubled again. We had some. We've got a regional economic development ministers in place in the federal government. So for our area, that is the Minister for Prairies Can is Dan Vandell, and this is one thing I did want to point out. We can see results through that from organizations like Community Futures. So I don't know if you guys are aware of what Community Futures does. We actually, Penhold has a member that sits on that board as well. So we can see some of the good work through this FCM advocacy in Community Futures. And the manager of Community Futures is actually from Lacombe as well. This is what I want to leave you guys. FCM, right before I got involved with FCM anyway, they had a Western Economic Solutions Task Force. And through that task force came a report called Opportunity and Prosperity, the Future of Western Canada. I will leave, as I said, I will leave copies with all that. It creates sort of a roadmap for a prosperous Western Canada into the future. And this document is being used by the federal government right now. And I think it just highlights some of the good work that can be done when members from all across Canada get together and work on a problem. So what are our priorities for the future? If those of you that attended the conference in Toronto heard our CEO, Carol Sabb, talk a lot about a municipal growth framework. So we are calling for the federal government to work with municipalities and provinces to redefine the way we engage across orders of government and secure a new revenue tool that grows with the economy and equips you to respond to the most pressing challenges you're facing. The branding of the municipal growth framework is very intentional, and if you follow anything with FCM, you will see it talked about constantly over the next few years for sure. It speaks to our significant population growth that we see in cities and towns. Growth is a good thing, and our economies depend on it. But our success in welcoming newcomers and building strong, resilient communities that benefit all our residents rides on healthy cities and communities. And right now, we don't have what we need to prepare for that. As we know, municipalities are on the front lines delivering shelter, infrastructure, programming, and services every day. Many of these are responsibilities that have just emerged or grown significantly over the past decade, especially coming out of COVID and some of the new responsibilities that we have or are presumed to have. The revenue tools that we have and the dynamic between the different orders of government are very outdated. We need a revenue tool for municipalities that grows with our population and the economy. And we do have some models that work with the gas tax fund or the Canada Community Building Fund, and some direct agreements between the different provinces as well. But we need to build on that, and that is the focus on FCM for our next board meeting coming up and for the future. I'll skip some of that. Now, I do want to talk about some of the programs that we have, and this is where I can give you sort of some real world examples for how Penhold has benefited from this, just through our involvement and our knowledge, the knowledge that we've gained from being involved. So if you go all the way down to page 7, the Municipal Asset Management Program is an 8-year, $110 million program that was created to help Canadian municipalities improve their asset management. So the town of Penhold leveraged this program and received a grant for $57,450.65 to go to our asset management program. So right there, just the knowledge that we gain from being involved in this, and the help that the FCM staff can give us navigating some of these complex application processes has gained the town of Penhold $57,000. We were actually approved for more funding, but that's all we ended up using in the end. So we did not use the full amount. Those of you who've been to anything with me have probably heard me talk about the Green Municipal Fund quite a bit. The Green Municipal Fund has over $1 billion sitting in it. That money goes to communities that apply for it. And right now, Western Canada is not applying for it. Penhold is currently, we were awarded with $140,150 for a feasibility study for a public works / fire hall that we are building. The process can be cumbersome for staff, especially. And that's more on the federal government, not on FCM. But that's the process they have in place. But at the same time, communities aren't taking advantage of these programs. And that's why I think it's so important that we need to push Western Canadians to get involved with this. For example, I know the Green Municipal Fund has a mandate right now on water, wastewater projects, anything like that. So if you're a community that has a water, wastewater project that you're working on that's a priority for you, there is a very, very high likelihood of success getting funding through grants or low interest loans from the federal government or from the Green Municipal Fund through that. FCM staff will be there to help you go through that application process. As I said, it can be hard, but they helped us do it. We had a successful application, and we're working with our consultants right now on the design plans, and hopefully we'll be announcing some new funding in the near future. So I'll sort of conclude, and then if you have any questions, I'd really love to take them. But I think it's important that we understand that FCM's priority is to ensure communities of all sizes in all regions of the country have the tools we need to build better lives for our residents. It's only when our voice is united from coast to coast to coast that we can achieve meaningful progress. The federal government, regardless of which party is in power, listens because we can speak on behalf of a united municipal government. And I have seen that firsthand. FCM does get a reputation as being, well, we have a Liberal government right now, so they get a reputation as being close to the Liberal government. When we had a Conservative government, they had a reputation as being close to the Conservative government. Their job is to get close to the government. And we do have a great relationship with, in this case, the Conservative opposition, as well as the NDP. And that's shown through our advocacy days every November in Ottawa, where board members and committee members meet with MPs from all parties over the span of 1 week. So the return on investment in membership dues is easy to see, I hope, through the Canada Community Builder Fund and other supports that FCM has for members. So I do hope you'll reconsider joining. We do need your voices at the table. Lacombe is one of our major areas in Central Alberta for sure, and I'd like to see you back there. So to sum up my experience with FCM since I've been actively involved anyway, and Penhold has been a member since I've been elected, but not so much active, I would say. It's like anything, you get out of it what you put in, right? If there's a ton of knowledge there that you can bring back to your community, but you do have to be a part of it. If you pay your membership due, you get a cheaper rate to the convention, I guess, and you can go to the convention and learn a bit there. But the correspondence that they set out, the information on their website. You know, the GMF website is a great example. You can go on that website and pretty much plug in any project you're building in your community, and it'll show you what revenue streams are available there for you from the federal government. You know, things like that. That's where you get your value out of it. The contacts I've made throughout the country from both municipally elected officials, federal elected officials, have been nothing but a benefit for my community. And I just, to me, the benefits far outweigh the cost. So if there is any questions, I'd be happy to take them. And thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Yarjo. Yeah, you had mentioned there was a 2019, we did make that, and it was strictly was a financial decision and in no way reflects the work that you nor FCM does on all our behalves. And you are a strong advocate for FCM, and we do appreciate the work that you do. I don't know if anybody has any questions on whatnot. I think it's fairly appropriate that you're here speaking tonight because, as you're well aware, in the municipal world, it's money time, so budget time. So I'm sure the funds will come up for discussion either if not at this meeting at future budget talks. So I'm not seeing a lot of other lights here, which makes it pretty easy on you.
All right.
But we appreciate you taking time to come out and visit us in Lacombe. And as always, you're more than welcome to visit anytime.
Well, yeah, thank you. You guys have a wonderful brewery in town, so I might have to check that out on my way out of town. But otherwise, thank you very much for your time, and have a good meeting tonight.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I do have these. I don't know if there's someone I can leave these with. This is just the Opportunity and Prosperity Report. I should have emailed it to you, but I didn't. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks again. So we do have a few minutes prior to our legislated discussions, hearings this evening. So we'll go to a small item or a shorter item in our consent agenda that we had omitted so we could accommodate a couple of guests here. So let's go back to the council meeting scheduling. The Committee of the Whole September 18th meeting was pulled out there, and that was brought out by Councillor Hoekstra. If you'd care to start us off on that, please.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I most certainly do. I just had a question for administration, whether it was possible to combine a committee of whole with a council meeting in order to not have another Monday. I know that council meetings vary in length, and so that's not certainly a possibility to be standardized, but is procedurally, are we allowed to do that? Could we perhaps couple what we wanted to discuss then with the meeting?
CEO Gowdy?
You can legislatively. I suspect that given the meeting agendas we have coming up, it would be difficult to do so in this particular instance and have sufficient time to discuss that item. Unless you were to consider maybe holding the committee portion of the meeting prior to the council meeting, for example.
Yeah, there's certainly nothing stopping us from having basically two meetings in one day, one evening as it were. I guess the next question would be, is there a full slate for the Committee of the Whole currently?
No, I believe there's just one item for the September 18th Committee of the Whole meeting. Can you remind me what that is? Coordinator Bellabona?
It's to do with going to the trail to the west side. So I was very interested in it, but I cannot be here on the 18th. So it's a little bit self-serving.
Councillor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Procedurally, I'm not really sure about debate, not debate, but I totally hear Councillor Hoekstra, but I would definitely prefer if we would leave it the way that it is. I certainly don't enjoy really super long meetings where decisions are having to be made, and this is pretty heavy discussion, and I feel like having it on its own would be the better choice. And plus, it doesn't require those of us who work to have to potentially leave work early. I've already planned this into my calendar, and I hope it remains the way that it's proposed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Conick?
What's the move that council schedule a committee of the whole meeting on Monday, September 18th, 2023 at 5:30?
So just so we're not off on a tangent here, I have my dates correct. It is currently,
We are, we're proposing that you would set one for that date. It is not currently set for that date.
okay. I was just being proactive in my list here from next meetings then. Perfect. Okay. Very good. So anyone have anything additional to add before we vote on that item? Good, then I think that that item is now up for your input. We have the whole meeting on Monday, September 18th. Please go ahead and vote. That is unfortunate for two individuals because I'm sure they have good reasons, but that is set for the 18th. And hopefully everyone will be able to participate the best way that they can, whether it's electronically or here in person. Next item up was a census item, and who took that out? Councillor Conick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. No, just real quick, I see that we're up to 14,258. I would have thought that perhaps it would be a little higher, but it is what it is. I guess my question is, did we get 100% participation?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
Thank you.
that was it. Thank you. I thought maybe we hadn't, and that's why the numbers are a little lower, but no, that's terrific. And with that, then I would move that council accepts the census report as information. I don't know if the second one needs to be separate or if I can do two there. Or is this one motion? Okay, then that's the only motion I have right now.
Thank you, Councillor Conick. Yes, I had discussed that with Director Piche, and I'm not sure I recall the last time we had 100% participation. In the census, that may be a first, so it's good to know that those numbers are in fact accurate.
In 2019, we only missed one house for the municipal census. Now, the federal census is done differently, but for the municipal census in 2019, we only missed one house. This one, we got them all.
Wonderful. Very good. So we have that motion before us. I think that I can't tell on my machine if that is in place yet or not. I would suggest that that is under consideration. So what was the additional portion, Councillor Conick?
Nothing, it's just two motions for
Okay.
that particular item, so that was.
And then there was nothing you wanted to add for
No,
the second
sure.
part?
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, so please go ahead and vote. I guess we could reject the census. No, we want it to be 15,000, but I don't think that's going to work. So that is unanimously accepted. And Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you. I would move that second motion that council directs Chief Administrative Officer to submit the results to the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you. Housekeeping item there. I don't know if anybody has much to add. So we will vote on that one as soon as it's available to do so. While that is being considered, I think it's important for the people in the gallery to realize that motions on the fly are not particularly well suited for our software and voting equipment. They're doable, but it just takes a little time, that's all. All right, please go ahead and vote. And I expect that will be unanimously in favor as well. But for the record, and it is, thanks everyone. The next item up was the removal from consent agenda for the CAO report. Was there some items in particular, Councillor Clonic?
No, thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll start with the motion that we accept the CEO report as presented. There was nothing in the report per se, but I had some questions outside of the report quick. One was on status of whistle cessation. Just curious where we are with that. Along with a few others, but I'll answer that one first.
So we were waiting for some assessments to be completed by CP Rail staff. They completed their field assessments in August, and we'll be bringing you a memo in September with the results of their assessment, highlighting what the required upgrades would be to achieve whistle cessation.
Okay, thank you. Just a few other quick ones, Mayor Creasy, if I may.
Yep.
Just quickly, the bridge going over Wolf Creek over in Mackenzie Ranch, where are we at with that one?
So it's been fabricated and it's just waiting to be installed. It's on schedule for September, which was the original proposed timeline as well.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, just with the Public Works yard, and we did a little groundbreaking and they're still breaking ground over there, looks like. I'm just curious as to when we might actually see some footings or building or something go up.
So I believe, and I'm just back today, but I believe they were working through the building permit application process and just finalizing some details to start working this fall.
Yes, that's the correct CO Gowdy. The building permit has been applied for. It's being reviewed. They've been given approval to proceed to foundation. Piles have been installed. The weld caps are installed, and the building package is scheduled to arrive on site September 11th. So I imagine mid-September we're going to be seeing that building to be constructed, and the target is to close it up before winter so that they can continue working throughout the winter inside.
Thank you. So just so you're aware, there, I did, a check did come across my desk today for the bridge with the construction company out of Red Deer. ITM, I believe, is doing it. So that is in fact in the works. All right, and the motion is before us. So please go ahead and vote. That is unanimously in favor. Thanks, everyone. So just to be sure then, were there any other items that were withdrawn from the consent? I don't have any in my notes, but just very good. And as if by design, it is now 3 minutes after 6. So we can proceed with our bylaw 400.47 redesignation. And with that hearing, I'm just going to dig up my notes here so I don't misread anything. All right, as stated, it's now 6:04 p.m. and as mayor, I declare the statutory public hearing for bylaw 400.47 open, and that this hearing is held pursuant to sections 7, 8, 230, 606, 640, and 692 of the Municipal Government Act 2000 as amended, and request our legislative coordinator to confirm the purpose of this public hearing, that the statutory public hearing notice was in fact advertised in a local newspaper, and that any written submissions received and not included in the public hearing agenda package are read into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy and Council. The purpose of the public hearing is to allow the general public to provide input to the proposed amendment bylaw 400.47, given first reading July 10th, 2023. Bylaw 400.47 proposes to amend the land use bylaw 400. If approved, bylaw 400.47 will rezone lands described as lots 25 through 28, block 16, plan 1722619, also known as 5253, 5254, 5257, and 5259 49th Street,
from a residential single and semi-detached district R2 to residential multi-unit dwelling district R5. Per section 606 of the MGA requirements for advertising, a public hearing notice was advertised as shown on page 138 of the agenda in the Lacombe Express Thursday, August 3rd, 2023 and Thursday, August 10th, 2023. Mayor Creasy and Council, 6 written submissions were received and are all included in the agenda package. The city received 3 registrations from members of the public to speak this evening.
Thank you, Coordinator Belbono. All persons giving oral presentations this evening are to clearly state their name, and presentations are to be brief and to the point. The order for the statutory public hearing presentation will be as follows. Our development officer or designate, those in favor, followed by those opposed, and then any person deemed to be affected who wishes to be heard. And given that, I will ask that our development officer who's acting on our behalf here today. Planner McLaughlin, it's good to have you with us again. This room is very familiar to you. So please start us off as our designate for land use bylaw public hearing 400.47.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. As noted by the legislative coordinator, this evening, this bylaw 400.7 amendment is for a redistricting of several lots on 49th Street. So the applicant has submitted a redesignation application for 4 lots at the intersection of 54th Avenue and 49th Street. The proposal is to go from an R2, which is a single and semi-detached district, to R5. The R5 district is a higher density district, which allows a range of permitted and discretionary uses. And generally, this will include multi-attached housing, care residences, and apartment housing. The applicant has indicated that their proposal would be for a small apartment on the property. And administration does estimate that its potential would be 10 to 12 units could be developed on this parcel. So today we have a number of options for council to consider. So the first option for consideration is to approve the proposed amendment and address any issues through a future development permit and conditions. And so this amendment, if approved in this manner, would allow the applicant their opportunity to invest in Lacombe and development in Lacombe. It also addresses Lacombe's need for more diverse housing forms. And it would also be supported by a number of statutory plans that the city has in place and policies. And the land use bylaw and the downtown area redevelopment plan overlay district can be applied to ensure that the development is compatible with the surrounding community. Option 2 is to approve the proposed amendment with parameters which limit or provide additional guidance for development on the proposed site. And so this option, depending on the discussion, could limit the height or the number of units if council wanted to go that way. It would give the community a sense of what to expect to see developed. So if it was limited to, say, 2 stories, for example, then that's what the community would expect to see based on the way that the amendment is approved. If council does choose option 2, then administration does recommend that only second reading is given this evening so that there's time to prepare the specified parameters within the site exception for third reading, and that we can have that conversation with the applicant before that is put in place. And then option 3 would be to refuse the redistricting request. And so this would retain status quo on the street and the character of the block being low density, and it would keep it in that manner. The site is currently vacant, but as mentioned, it is zoned R2. So potentially if the applicant did choose to move forward with that zoning, we could see a single detached dwelling or potentially a semi-detached dwelling. However, the applicant may choose not to proceed and the site may remain vacant for a number of more years. If it were refused, it would be in opposition to numerous numerous city policies and plans in place for redevelopment, creating investment, and offering housing choice in the community. So as mentioned, the lots are located on the corner of 54th Avenue and 49th Street as shown on the aerial image. So it gives you an overview of the location in the community. It's directly to the south of Papaw Community Park and is within 2 blocks of the schools and the recreation facilities. It's also within walking distance of the downtown and the commercial shopping centers, medical services, and grocery stores that are in these locations. The surrounding parcels do have a mixture of land use designations. So these include residential detached, which is the light yellow shown in the screen. The slighter darker yellow is the R2 semi-detached district. And then the orange colors are both R4 and R5. It's hard to distinguish on the screen the difference between the two. And then you also have that commercial shopping, which are in your purple and pink colors on the screen. So it's quite an eclectic mix within the surrounding community of what the properties are designated. So these are a few site photos that were taken recently just to show the site in itself. It is quite a large site, being 4 lots altogether. As mentioned, it is currently vacant. The building was demolished a number of years ago, and it has remained in this state for a number of years. So as I mentioned, there are a number of statutory plans that allowing this redesignation would comply with. So the municipal development plan does identify the properties as general residential on the future land use concept map. And so a few of the items that meets in the MDP is that an infill at the proposed site will utilize the existing infrastructure and vacant land on the property. And we can determine appropriate density through the land use bylaw and the development regulations which surround it, which I'll get a little bit more into. The MDP also has a long-range target of multifamily in the community, and so supporting a multifamily development at this property would support that goal of an increase of those multifamily units. It also can be sensitive to the community, as I mentioned, with its design. So the architectural design can be compatible if it includes reducing the roof slopes to lower the overall height. It could have large setbacks to be sensitive to overlook and architectural characteristics, which would be complementary to the surrounding community. And it does provide a unique opportunity for infill residential development in the downtown in this particular location. The proposal is also supported by the Municipal Sustainability Plan, which has a lot of the same dialogue that the MDP has. So it also talks about the range of diverse housing, that the downtown is vibrant, attractive, and well-used, and that there's opportunities available for future development. It also complies with the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan in that Lacombe is growing and growing the community. And so this creates the condition for continued investment in Lacombe. And adequate housing supply is instrumental in creating those favorable conditions. And so while this amendment isn't an outward growth of the city, it is important by helping established neighborhoods remain sustainable. And finally, it does comply with the downtown area redevelopment plan, which identifies these parcels as medium density transition district. And so this district is intended to have infill development for medium density residential uses in a manner that ensures compatibility with adjacent property. And it's also meant to be a transition district between the commercial, low density, and higher density development. And so there's the similar verbiage in the downtown area redevelopment plan about encouraging compatible infill and intensification, providing housing choices in the downtown plan area specifically, and increase the number of people living in or near the downtown. And so this redesignation would do that. So we did do a land use bylaw review. If this proposal is approved, then there's a number of regulations that the development would have to comply with. And through the community consultation that we did, what we pulled out of the bylaw were what we felt were the number one things that we heard in regards to density, height, compatibility on the street, and what that would look like in a low density neighborhood. And so the density requirement in the R5 district is 80 dwelling units per hectare. And so this site is only 0.142 hectares. And so when we do that density requirement, that would be 11.6 units. So that would potentially be rounded down to 11 or rounded up to 12, depending on that situation. We also did a number of scenarios in regards to building placement, where it would be on the property, how much parking would have to be provided based on a certain number of bedrooms that they would want. And really what we determined is, based on those preliminary scenarios, that the maximum number of units that are going to be able to be on this lot is 10 to 12, depending on how it's developed. And that's really to ensure that the adequate parking and landscaping are provided and proper setbacks under the land use bylaw. And then in regards to the height, it gets a little bit confusing because the R5 district allows 4 stories or a maximum of 15.25. However, as I mentioned, it is in the DARP, and the DARP limits it to 2.5 stories. And it explicitly states in the land use bylaw that the DARP will supersede the R5 district. So they are limited to 2.5 stories, even though the R5 says it's a little bit more, because it has that verbiage in the bylaw that expressly states that for consideration. So from a planning perspective, the reason that administration is supporting this application is for a number of reasons. The first being the site location on a corner. So on this corner, it provides easy access for traffic and vehicles traveling to and from the development. They don't have to go a far distance down the lane, disturbing traffic down the lane. It also provides easy access from 54th Avenue to 2A. It connects to those commercial developments and is located close to the downtown core. And so a larger building on a corner site does provide a gradual transition from low density to medium density without appearing imposing on the streetscape. And what we mean by that is, if a building as proposed would be in the middle of the street, it would seem out of place. But on a corner, you have that transition from those low density houses to a little bit of a larger development on the corner site. And so being on a corner, it creates the lowest degree of impact to the existing properties. And as I mentioned, it is central to community parks, schools, recreation facilities, and shopping. And so while it can be a change for the streetscape, the building appearance, sensitive placement, and landscaping can all contribute to an attractive, albeit different view from nearby residences. In regards to density, I think I explained a little bit about this in the statutory plans that do support an increase in higher density development, and that it can increase economic activity downtown and improve vibrancy on the street. And it does play an important role in increasing density in existing neighborhoods. And so, as I mentioned, the street is mainly single family dwellings, as is much of the downtown. And so the downtown does have a low density. And so while the proposed site could add density with its existing zoning, being a detached dwelling or a semi-detached dwelling, it would not efficiently utilize or maximize the existing infrastructure in place. And an apartment on the corner would promote a more compact and efficient urban form. With the land use bylaw, as I noted, there's a number of surrounding land use districts. And so from an administrative perspective, this promotes the idea that medium to higher density development is desired in this area. And that's just based on the surrounding area and the zonings that are in place, being the R4 and the R5. And so we can see on the land use bylaw map that eclectic neighborhood and the style of housing in that area. And so if an R5 designation is allowed on the proposed site, we do feel it would be compatible due to this mix of zoning in the area. You may remember that back in November 2022, there was a series of census reports that were provided to council. And those census reports did demonstrate that the current mix is predominantly single detached homes in Lacombe. And Lacombe has seen some multi-attached and multifamily projects in the past 10 years. And these projects have increased the variety and density of housing housing offered, including apartment buildings and the availability of rental housing. And this just goes to support the need for that residential housing and the diversity that Lacombe has desired in the statutory plans. And so we do recognize that in existing neighborhoods, it can bring change when redevelopment does occur. However, there are many mechanisms in place that can make development, infill development specifically, compatible with a neighborhood and integrate into the community. And so it is administration's opinion that the site is suitable from a planning perspective, as outlined throughout this presentation. It is contemplated within various statutory plans that higher density development should be supported, and supported by the strategic plan by supporting new investment in Lacombe, which this would do. So therefore, administration does recommend council support bylaw 400.7 for these reasons, and that is option number 1 that was outlined in your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Coordinator Balbona, you had mentioned that there were 3 parties that had registered to speak. And on my list here, I have only 2.
Yes. I believe Mayor Creasy, Seth Dixon is the landowner, the applicant. He is here to speak along with his business partners who are supposed to be joining us remotely, Jason
Right.
and Trish.
Yes. And then there was one that is registered to speak opposed. And what was the third?
Yes. Well, that's the 3. It was supposed to be the two in favor.
Very good. So as outlined earlier, those who wish to speak in favor are up now. And I understand that Mr. Dixon is here. Seth Dixon, if you'd care to come up. I'm assuming that you are choosing to be joined by your business colleagues, Jason Schubert and Trish Olin online. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I would just have you use the microphone, please, when you speak. And you're here speaking in favor. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to meet you all. Also, thank you for that amazing presentation. This is Jason and Trish, business partners. We are located in Salmon Arm or near Salmon Arm. Jason and Trish are actually in Sicamous. They're going to introduce themselves in a minute. My wife and I personally live in Sorrento, which is just on the other side of Salmon Arm. My wife is here in the back with number 4. We have 4 kids. Basically, I just wanted to take a moment just to introduce ourselves. We are probably not your familiar faces in the Lacombe area, and we just wanted to say who we are. I am originally from North Carolina. I married a wonderful, beautiful Canadian, and I immigrated here a little over a dozen years ago. My wife is from BC. She grew up and was raised there, but she actually came to university here in Lacombe. And we have some deep ties in Lacombe. We have friends, we have cousins and family members, we have acquaintances, and we love Lacombe. We really do. About 2 years ago, we started into looking at the idea, Jason and myself, we started looking at the idea of doing some real estate investing. My grandfather was a real estate investor in the US. My brother is down there, and we decided to start looking at it up here. And we could have chosen anywhere across Canada. There's thousands of cities, thousands of communities, but we chose Lacombe, and we chose Central Alberta because we love it here. We like the community, we like the charm here, we like what's happening in the development and the opportunities here. And so we picked up our first property here a year ago, just over a year ago, in Rosedale Valley, and we love it. And we said we want to spend more time here. It's not completely out of the picture for my family to end up here in the future for educational reasons, as our kids grow and learn and whatnot, and need expanding opportunities. Going back to my family, my oldest is 10. I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, I have a 4-year-old, and in the back you'll see our youngest is 2 years old. So we look at what's happening in Canada, and you guys are well aware of the housing crisis amongst us. It's a nationwide problem. Not only availability, but affordability. And Jason and I and our spouses really want to help combat that. We're not some huge corporation with millions of dollars that we're just wanting to go in and disturb communities. We said, you know what, we love Lacombe. We want to invest there. We want to put our time, our energy, our money there. And so that's what we've chosen to do. And I'm going to share with you briefly our company. So the corporation buying the property is actually a BC or an Alberta numbered company, but our company is DTL Property Solutions, Inc. Quickly give you an idea about that. DTL stands for death to life. This concept was actually born from a verse in the Bible, coincidentally enough. That says, I tell you the truth, whoever hears my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life and not condemned, but has crossed over from death to life. The business model, I'm just going to read this because I wrote it better than I can say it. The business model of transforming from death to life centers on the profound idea of repurposing and revitalizing. By taking what was discarded, desolate, or neglected, this model seeks to breathe new life into products, spaces, concepts, and individuals' lives. Whether it's converting abandoned buildings into vibrant community hubs or reimagining outdoor industries with fresh approaches, this transformation embodies resilience, sustainability, and the power of reinvention. Through the model, the journey from death to life represents not only a shift in perspective, but a testament to the potential for positive change and the capacity to find value and purpose in unexpected places. Addressing the housing crisis in Canada requires innovative solutions that balance affordability, community, and sustainability. Multifamily developments stand as a testament to our potential to overcome challenges and build a better tomorrow. By embracing these housing solutions, we take a significant step towards ensuring that all Canadians have the opportunity to find not just a house, but a home. DTL Property Solutions, aka Jason, Trish, Seth, and Caitlin, we are committed to doing our part to bringing solutions to the table that helps bring Canadians closer to the reality of having a safe and affordable home and growing a brighter future. I think John Henry Newman said it well when he said, growth is the only evidence of life. We want to commit our time, our energy, our resources, our money to seeing growth and seeing positive growth. And we have chosen Lacombe as that location to invest our time and energy and money. I'll let Jason introduce himself.
Before you do that, Jason, I just
Yep.
want to say on behalf of the people of Lacombe, hope that you and your families are remaining safe this many parts of British Columbia and others. Wish you all the best.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's been a pretty trying time in our area. Trish and I have been very fortunate. We live in Sicamous, so we've personally been unaffected by the fires, but sadly, we know lots of folks that have. Myself, I grew up in Salmon Arm. I've lived in Salmon Arm for 43 years. Was born in Prince George, and we moved here as a family back in 1980, and moved to Salmon Arm. And I just moved to Sicamous 3 years ago, just as it's a nice little town just out of Salmon Arm. Myself and Trish live there together. Trish, she's originally from Vanderhoof, Fraser Lake area, so a BC girl as well. And so our holding company with Seth, that we have it called DTL, like he introduced. Trish and I have our own holding company that we call LKR Holdings. And Trish works with children and families. And so what LKR stands for is love, kindness, and respect. And we feel that you can't do anything in life without those three things. And so what our idea is we really want to be able to give back to children and families. So whatever we can do with our business model and growing in the community of Lacombe, we really do want to give back and be able to do supported child programs and such. That's really what it is. We have 5 daughters between us. They're all in their 20s, and we also have 7 grandchildren, ranged in age from 2 weeks to 6 years. So we are very family oriented. Myself, I sell cars here in Salmon Arm. I work at a Dodge dealership, and Trish works as a supported childhood development for a community or organization called Shuswap Children's Association. That is a nonprofit that goes out and supports children and families. And we really love the city of Lacombe. I love the vision there. I really think Lacombe is an amazing community, and we want to invest there.
Very good. Well, we certainly appreciate the background information that you have offered. However, in particular for these proceedings, I think might be worth your time to try and portray some of the vision that you had in order to see it proceed. So the floor is still yours.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said earlier, the affordability crisis is upon us. My generation, I'm 33 years old, and I know that the majority of people in my age group are struggling to find affordable housing, are struggling to find the places they need or that suit their family needs. And we recognize this problem, and sure, Jason and I aren't going to be able to solve all the problems, and our company is not going to be able to solve all the problems in Canada, but we want to do our part for this specific law. And I think a really wonderful picture has been already painted just prior to me here by McLaughlin. Is that right? Thank you, Miss McLaughlin. She outlined it very well, but some of the points that she brought up were the same things that came to our mind when we laid eyes on these lots. Actually, a friend of mine sitting behind me, he's the one that said, "Hey, you should go look at these lots." I went and looked at them, and I'm like, "This is amazing. You're right across the street from a park. You're right 1 block from 3 different schools. You are literally 2.5 blocks from all the shopping you need. 3 blocks from Sobeys. Like, you couldn't ask for a better location. It's right on the corner. It's yeah, from our perspective, it's an amazing opportunity, amazing location. Everything seems just like a no-brainer to put something like that there to bring, because I know that I mean, not only do we have an affordability crisis and a housing crisis, but I know that the city of Lacombe wants to see growth, right? And this is one of the ways that we feel like we can contribute to that. And there are other opportunities we're looking at as well around the city of Lacombe, but this is the one that's on the table, and we would love to provide housing on that. When we first bought the lot and started considering the lot, we thought, 10 to 12 units is what we can put on there, and that's great. Current zoning, I believe it allows for a single detached, semi-detached home. So in essence, you could put, if I'm not mistaken, four of those on there. So I think that's 8. Abiding by all the other guidelines, the height restrictions, and so on and so forth, the setbacks. But we just feel like, economically, it makes more sense to do a multiple units under one structure. For the environment, it's better to do more units under one roof. One of the ideas that we've had, and we haven't really gone to drawing plans yet because we don't know what the zoning is, so we're not going to spend time drawing plans. But some of the concepts we have and discussing with some of the builders in the area is, just for example, one of the ideas is to create a green space on the roof, rooftop garden, rooftop deck, something that can collect rainwater. We can reuse that rainwater to water gardens and vegetation and plants and so on the property. But we really want to incorporate, some of these. We want to give people opportunity that might not be able to have the opportunity to buy a single family home and still be in the downtown core. They might not be able to rent a single family home. We want to give people opportunity to still be able to be in amongst the community. Because reality is it's expensive to rent a single family home. It can be $2,000, $2,500, $3,000 to rent a single family home. That's expensive. Some of these individuals that are renting, they can't afford necessarily to buy a home. So they're not going to be buying in the downtown core. They might be pushed to the outskirts or into smaller communities in the surrounding area. But we really want to give opportunity to people that maybe not had that opportunity to come into the downtown core. One of the other ideas we've had is creating, at a minimum, the ground level units to be accessible, to help feed that need in the community. Whether it's doors or hallways or showers or counter heights, whatever it is, but make some of these units accessible. Because I know that's a demand. Like, it's hard to find housing in Lacombe and really anywhere in Canada that does meet someone with those limitations. Those are a few of the ideas we have. We haven't really fleshed them all out, but still in the works.
Is there anything else that you would care to add?
No, I think Seth nailed everything there. I agree with everything he's saying, and I would love the opportunity to build that place in Lacombe.
Thank you all very much. Concluded then, very good. I would ask that anyone else choosing to speak in favor, now is your opportunity to do so. Please. Just a reminder to use the microphone with the red light on there and state your name, please. Just push the button in the box. There you go.
I'm not techie at all.
There you go.
Being a long resident of Lacombe, I live in Rosedale Valley. And I built a few houses in Lacombe here. And as I was building, I actually.
If I could interrupt, just please state your name for those that aren't familiar with it, just so that.
Oh,
we have it for the
my
record.
name's Bob Trenchuk.
Thank you.
And my company name was BRB Enterprises. The last house I built was on 50th for Ram. He owns Circle K. Anyway, it's got that nice fence on the front. Anyway, as I was building over the years, I'm retired now, just as of a year ago. But as I was building, I noticed that a lot of people, the younger people, of course, that wanted to build a house couldn't because of getting enough money to get into a house. So they had to either not stay where they are in a rental or just not buy a house at all. But as when I quit here about a year ago, I could tell the things were getting worse. Materials were getting out of reach for people. I even had a place lined up for people to they already signed the contract and everything, and they just pulled out because they just couldn't meet. So they had to rent. But something like this, I think is needed, being that it's very close to the amenities in Lacombe of all ages. And I just think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Trenchuk. Anyone else choosing to speak in favor of bylaw 400.47? Please step forward. Last opportunity to speak in favor. Very good. Then next we'll be moving towards those opposed. And I have here Mr. Al Winslow. I see him back there, a couple seats back. And just a reminder to use the microphone as well. Please, Al. Oh, could I have somebody just turn that microphone on? Thank you. There you go.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, this is the second time my neighbors and myself have disputed the rezoning of these lots. The last time we left MPCP meeting thinking that the zoning was going to remain the same and the development should mirror what is across the alley to the east, which is a single family home and a duplex. The developer must have been informed of that, so why would they assume that they can change that at will, thinking that the neighbors would not object? Should the developer wish to build an apartment, can he not proceed on an already zoning R5 development? There were other developers looking at that property, and they're going to build single-story duplexes. That would not have been objected to.
They would not have been objected.
City Council must do the right thing and decline this request so our neighborhood can remain a bungalow community. The 4 lots that are referred to were actually 2 lots divided into 4 small lots. The size of each lot, I believe, does not meet minimum size of a residential lot. This change came as a surprise to all residents that it went from 2 lots to 4 lots. Um, In closing, all correspondence has been provided for objections of the proposed rezoning. If a similar rezoning request near the mayor and councilors' homes, would you not object to it? If the decision has already been made, I guess why are we here? Thank you.
Thank you. So a few questions in there that I think are probably relatively addressed when we're finished here, as far as sizing and whatnot. So I'm assuming that our planning department kept note of some of those. Appreciate that. So I would ask anyone else that chooses to speak in opposition of 400.47, please step forward. And once again, the bar at the bottom, and state your name, please, sir.
My name is Jeffrey Zacharias. I live at 5246 49th Street. I do know the previous owner of the property. And again, as mentioned previous and prior, this was before council before to be rezoned in a different manner. The previous owner was going to build skinny housing. At that time, he was told by council that that was not the case to happen. He would be allotted to build duplexes only on the 2 lots. Second of all, for those of you who've lived in Lacombe a long time, know that what used to be there in the 50s, that is all swampland. My water table every year is very high. Has the developer thought about this when he decides to start building a multi-story complex? As soon as you dig down 8 feet, you're into slough water and you're hitting marsh. So that's just something that I don't think our neighborhood needs. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anyone else that chooses to speak in opposition to 400.47? And the bar at the bottom, and your name, please, Mrs. Bergen. The bar along the bottom there to turn. There you go.
Hi, I'm Sharon Bergen. I would live right beside this empty lot, or I live there. I've been there 52 years. I wrote a letter to council about how I feel about an apartment going in there. I lived 52 beautiful years on this street. It's quiet, it's family orientated, and it's wonderful. We raised 2 boys here, and I just do not agree with changing the bylaw zoning to R5. It is good the way it is, and I would be happy with 2 duplexes there. And he mentioned something about something on a roof. Well, I can't imagine people looking down. Although my husband says nothing much happens there anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else choosing to speak in opposition to 400.47, please? One more opportunity I'll call for those wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none, we'll move on to anyone that is deemed to be affected and who wishes to be heard. Now is your opportunity to speak. Let's get an equal number of takers there. One more time, anyone that is deemed to be affected and wishes to be heard on item or bylaw rather 400.47.
I live at 5253 48th Street. My name is Debbie Kay. I did not know about this. I found out yesterday. I've been gone and I found out from my neighbors. I did not get a letter in the mail, nothing. I'm a little bit concerned about that because I just live kind of behind them. I am against it. I would prefer a duplex built there too. There's no way there's 4 lots there. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who is deemed to be affected by this decision and wishes to be heard, please step forward. If there is no one else, I will declare that the public hearing for bylaw 400.47 to be now closed at 6:45 PM. We can get everybody confused and have another bylaw public hearing as well. And starting all over again. I declare the statutory public hearing for bylaw 400.48 open, and that this hearing is held pursuant to sections 7, 8, 230, 606, 640, and 692 of the Municipal Government Act 2000 as amended, and request the legislative coordinator to confirm the purpose of this public hearing, that the statutory public hearing notice was advertised in the local newspaper, and then any written submissions received and not included in the public hearing agenda package are now read into the record. Coordinator Bellabono.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy and Council. The purpose of the public hearing is to allow the general public to provide input to the proposed amending bylaw 400.48, given first reading July 10th, 2023. Bylaw 400.48 proposes to amend the land use bylaw 400. If approved, bylaw 400.48 will allow as a discretionary use a place of worship, church, at 5109 51st Street, legally described as Lot 3, Block 11, Plan RN1A, in the Downtown Commercial District, C1. Per Section 606 of the MGA requirements for advertising, a public hearing notice was advertised as shown on page 177 of the agenda in the Lacombe Express Thursday, August 3rd, 2023, and Thursday, August 10th, 2023. Mayor Creasy and Council, one written submission was received and is included in the agenda package. We received one registration from the member of public to speak this evening.
Thank you very much. I guess with this many people in the area, I didn't want anybody to be confused that we do have these two public hearings, and then discussion will follow afterwards. As you can tell from our agenda package, the public hearings happen first and then requests for decision afterwards. I saw some chatter in there. I just didn't want there to be any confusion. Okay, thank you. So proceeding on, I'm going to remind everyone giving oral presentations this evening, they're to clearly state their name, and presentations are to be brief and to the point once again. And the order of the statutory public hearing presentation will be as previous, the designated development officer, those in favor, follow those by those opposed, and then any person deemed to be affected by this decision who wishes to be heard. And we've got our manager of planning and development. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy, members of council. I'm pleased to be able to present to you an overview of bylaw 400.48, a site-specific exception to allow a place of worship. So bylaw 400.48 is seeking a site exception for the property at 5109 51st Street. Located in the downtown, it's currently designated C1, and the request is for a site-specific exception to allow a church or place of worship to locate at the property as a discretionary use. This air photo shows the property. You can see it outlined in blue there. It is fairly centrally located in the downtown, and there is an existing building on the property. This is a photograph of the existing building taken on a beautiful summer day this past summer from 51st Street. And here is the site from the rear as well, and another view from the back of the property. The request for the bylaw amendment has come in from the landowners and the current occupants, who are the Friendship Company of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. They moved into this property earlier this year, so in the spring, and began to hold worship services and related church gatherings. Now, the building was previously built as a church, and so they've expressed that it really fit their needs, and this is what attracted them to it. There's lots of the original, like the baptismal font is there, and a lot of the original church furnishings are there. And so they moved in and began to operate as a church. This is a photograph of the interior of the building when we went to do a site visit, and the foyer entrance. So in terms of the history of this site, Lacombe's records first identify this property about 1930 as the Christian Training Center. And later on, it was the Alliance Church. So it does have a long history as a place of worship. Changes to Lacombe's land use bylaw in the 1980s removed place of worship from the C1 district. So at that time, the Alliance Church continued to operate on the property as a legal use. But in the 1990s, the property was sold and became privately owned. The church left, and so that option to have a legal church expired at that time. And at this point, a land use bylaw amendment is required. The building after the 1990s has been used for previously for various commercial businesses. And I think it's important to note for council that the current land use bylaw is fairly limited in where a new church or place of worship could locate. There are only 3 districts in Lacombe that allow a place of worship, zoning districts. So those are the CS, the Community Service District, the DC1, which is only 2 properties occupied by an existing church, and the Burman University District. So there are fairly limited options for someone looking for a legal site. And as council may recall, this is our second amendment this year to allow a site-specific exception for a church. This is the zoning for the property now. You can see the subject property there in C1. But as you look at the neighboring properties, it's very mixed. It backs on to a higher density residential apartment district, R6. It's kitty corner to an R4 property. There's some other C1 properties. And then also the blue color is the community services district. So within walking distance of community services sites, including 2 existing churches, which are just a block or 2 away. The C1 zoning, which is what the property is currently zoned, the purpose of that district is to provide for an attractive and vibrant area for pedestrian-oriented commercial activities and services. And so the site exception is needed here. And so I'll just note for council that a place of worship could be added broadly or widely to the C1 district if council chose to do that. That's not what's included in this current bylaw amendment, as the landowners have applied for a site specific to their property. But if council did want to go that direction, that's certainly something that administration could bring back in the future, is to add it to the C1 district, to add a place of worship to the C1 district. A quick look at the planning documents in place. The municipal development plan notes this site as a future land use concept map as continuing to be commercial lands. So retaining it as C1 with a site exception is consistent with the MDP. The land use bylaw identifies this property in the mixed use transition district of the downtown area redevelopment plan overlay, and the purpose of which is to provide a transition area between higher density downtown and lower density residential surrounding. But any specific requirements in the DARP in terms of design would apply to a new construction building. As this is an existing building, the architectural standards, for example, would not be applied on the property. But in the future, if the building were tore down and a new one is built, it would be subject to the DARP requirements. Looking at the suitability of this site, looking at locations, certainly other places of worship are in the area. The site is walkable and it's very central to Lacombe. In terms of the building design on this property and the use as a place of worship, the existing building is complementary in scale to the surrounding parcels. In terms of a church use, they would operate off-peak hours and off-peak days from other commercial traffic, not all, but for a lot of the other commercial traffic in the area, as they have their worship services on the weekends. And certainly adding a site exception to this property does increase the options available to the landowners in terms of leasing the property. So in the future, it could revert back to commercial, but if this were approved, they would be able to continue to have a church in this location. Parking is probably the big question. And it will need to be addressed at the time of a development permit. So if council does approve this site exception, a development permit would still be required and a building permit. There are some parking options underneath the land use bylaw, because several parking stalls would be required and it's unlikely that they could accommodate all of them on this parcel. So a parking relaxation may need to be requested at the time of a development permit, or securing a written agreement for off-site parking close by is an option also afforded them under the land use bylaw. And it's my understanding that there's some verbal agreements with some of the surrounding parking lots, but that would need to be firmed up in writing at the time of a development permit. So having said that, the recommendation before council tonight is that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.48 as presented, and that council gives third reading to bylaw 400.48 as presented, to add a site exception to 5109 51st Street to allow place of worship as a discretionary use. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hackett. I'm sorry I didn't catch you quick enough there. There was a question that was given that you would be the person to answer as far as notification of proceedings this evening.
Yes.
And I think perhaps there was confusion between public hearing and say a development appeal. Perhaps you could just briefly outline the differences between those and how people are notified about either of them.
Certainly, Mayor Creasy. In the event of a public hearing, property owners within 60 meters are notified with a letter to the property owner. We do have a list of, for both of the public hearings, of the properties that mailed a letter to. The notice of the public hearing for both of these public hearings are also advertised in the Lacombe newspaper, as well as placed on our webpage. And those ads were in the Lacombe newspaper earlier this month, and they appeared twice, as well as the letters going out to property owners within 60 meters.
Very good. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we should start out with a motion if before we enter into discussion. I'm sorry. I see I'm already getting beat on public hearings. Manager Hackett, thank you. So now it's time for those in favor who wish to speak. Is your opportunity. And I think that we have the owner applicant, Paul Dara, if you would care to join us here. And a reminder to use the microphone, please, sir.
Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council, I'm pleased to present our request here. I'm Paul Dara. I lived in this community since almost 1980. Still own several properties, contributing to the betterment of our community. We believe here. All our children are raised here and to schools, and they are all professional people. This community has provided a lot of good people because of the university, and I'm told, probably you would know, there are more churches in this town than any this size town or city in Canada, and that contributes to the betterment of the community, I believe. I owned this property for several years, but it was presented already that it has taken several stages of development. However, I used that as a children's clothing store, but because of lack of people that are working, we had to temporarily close that. And while it is being vacant, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, a branch of it, has requested me if they could use that as a church, since it had been used as a church for many years. And I thought it is a good idea. It will only aid to the development and the betterment of the community. I said, all right, we can use it, but only with the council approval. However, the request was made and the office has temporarily granted us to move in and worship there until the final decision is made by the council itself, which will be the final decision. So what I would like to say is this church is very open in the community because of the university and its big contribution to the community. I request that it be granted, Mr. Mayor and the council, and I believe it's only temporary in the sense I don't know how much longer they will take of years before they have their own church. Then it will go back to the commercial use or development. We are thinking of developing into partial commercial and partial residential, different floors on those 4 units of 4 parcels of land, because we own the whole street from 51st Street to the end of that block. So we do have some plans to develop that so that it will help to the growth of this community. However, until such time as that, my request to the council is that it be allowed to use it as a worship center by the church. And I'd like the pastor here to say a few things about it. I have not prepared a written speech, but I just wanted to say what I had in my heart to say to the council. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to address them.
Thank you.
The name is Mario Parchment. Mr. Mayor and your team, you will agree with me that in the 21st century, that modern churches are critical because believers feel that churches help to fill the void in their lives. And we're talking about people who live in community. Churches are attended by real people who live in real communities. And the residents who live around the Friendship Company, as it is called, are people who are impacted by these issues. When a car needs fixing, we take a car to see the mechanic. When someone is sick, we try to get them to the best doctor, hospital, or medical facility. When we deal with people who are having spiritual issues, then there needs to be churches to help people so that they can get their spiritual remedy. So why is it important to have a church, and the Friendship Company in particular, at this location? Because the reality is, regardless of what is said about churches, and there are a lot of things said about churches. People expect that churches help to deal with their problems, address some of the different fashions and forms of life. And with all the weight and pressures that people are dealing with in society today, people expect that churches provide Bible-based answer to that other institutions don't provide. And so churches are important. And in particular, in this particular community, this particular church is important. And if you ask me why, in fact, Andy Lewis will agree with me because he said some positive things in his book, positive benefits churches bring to community. He mentioned that churches provide direct and indirect economic and social benefits to community. And I believe the council likes to hear this. Churches provide valuable contributions to community in areas of direct and indirect economic contributions, social services and community volunteering, which we've been doing since we've been at that location 1st of May this year, education and civil skills training. It reduced the level of deviance. And we know that behaviors are transformed because churches exist. When people decide to transform their lives and start going to churches and the change start happening, the society start changing as well. And of course, we will agree that in these cases, the council will have less issues to handle. So churches are important. Since May 1st, 2023, the Friendship Company has been doing just that in this community. We've been helping to provide stability. In this community, one resident was said, when we were setting up to start, one resident was heard saying that, this place has been closed for a while, and we're so happy that at this location, something good is coming here. I don't know if she was inspired or not, but the reality is she recognized that the church is something good. That's important. Now, let's talk about what the other this other male person who was walking one day while we were having church. He's going about his business, buying groceries. He had his grocery bags in his hand and he just walked into the church because it was accessible to him. He came into the church and interesting thing is that he didn't just pop in and pop out. He came in, he stayed for the service. And while I was walking out, the same man grabbed my hand and vigorously shook it. And he said to me, looking me squarely in the eyes, he said, "Thank you for the message. I was blessed today." A man who walked off the street. Church, this particular location and this church being at that location is critical. I believe it's important. Now, you will also agree with me, and the Friendship Company sees herself as a part of this community. We've been there and we feel like we're a part of this community. When I go to cut the churchyard, I cut a part of my neighbor's yard because we're part of the community. And interestingly, you get to sense and test the temperature when you see how you react to people and how they respond to you. And interestingly, one day I went to church and we noticed the churchyard was cut. We never cut it. And so I proceeded to say that thanks to my neighbor, because I figured it must be one of my neighbors who cut it. And when I told him thanks, he said, I'm sorry I couldn't cut the whole thing because my machine was acting up. That just goes to show that we're embraced by this community because we feel very much like we're a part of the community. Our neighbors on both sides, one sometimes water the flowers that we have there. And of course, interesting enough, since May 1, 2023, we have gone into our community and we have distributed Mother's Day gifts to every single mother on the street that the church is presently located. And all of them, they express how truly grateful they are for us to be in their community. In fact, one mother exclaimed how surprised, what a beautiful surprise this was for us to be in their community and giving them Mother's Day gift These things don't happen, but this is a church that sees herself as a part of this community. Now, at one point when we gave the Mother's Day gifts, the fathers looked a little jealous, I might say. So of course, I encouraged the fathers and I told them, Father's Day is coming up and we will do the same, which we did. On Father's Day, we went back into the community and we gave all the fathers who we could find Father's Day gifts, and we stuck to our word because churches have to be credible. Churches have to allow the community to know that when we say something, we mean it. So people know that if the church says they're going to stand by you, we're going to stand by you. And this is what the Friendship Company is all about. Now, when we had community guest day just a few weeks ago, and we invited the community to join us for worship, because again, we see ourselves as part of this community. And when they came, we recognized that people were happy to be there. We served them some fellowship. We had a great fellowship time, served up some fellowship food. And you know where food and fellowship is, everything is good. And the people were so happy to know that we're part of their community. And many of them recounted the many times we had gone out and visited them and shared gifts with them and the things that we've done in the short period of time that we've been there. And I believe that allowing us to be there is only going to be more beneficial for the community that we're serving. Now, we have our Ukraine brothers and sisters who some live close by. And it's interesting to note that they don't speak our language. But these are people who too recognize that they have a need for a place of worship. And they show up at our churches. And yes, they use their translator app that's on their phone. And they come, they sit, they get the whole service, walk home with a blessing. And we recognize that if we were not at this location, here is a group of people who would have been missing this opportunity to nurture their spirituality and to develop their walk with God. So we have been able to been a blessing to these individuals. Now, and I'm wrapping up, bear with me. The Friendship Company wants everyone to know that we are in the community for a purpose. We want to be there when your babies are born to bless those babies, pray for them. We want to be there when your families are in a quest to have a walk with Jesus, to lead them into that walk with Jesus Christ. We want to be there when there's sickness in your family, to pray with you, to agonize with you, to walk with you through your pain. We want to be there when you lose a loved one, which is a difficult and trying time. And these are the realities of life. We want to be there to provide spiritual support and comfort and offer you the kind of services that we as a church can offer to people who are going through this difficult time of grief. We also want to be there in the happy times. So when your sons and your daughters want to be married, we want to be there to offer that service to you as a church. So we're not against the community. As a church, we're not against political leadership either. Because the reality is, however, the community and political leadership, it's easier when churches are part of the community because we help to keep the peace in communities. I remember when I pastored at a certain place and when there were certain things that were happening at that particular time, and because I was involved in police chaplaincy at the time, there were places where the police couldn't go. But because I'm a minister, I could go up there and talk to some people because the reality is churches do make a difference. People are more willing to listen to a voice of reason, spiritual voices in certain circumstances. And this is what we will provide to this community. We believe that we will be there, and when lives are transformed by the influence of churches, crimes, disorder, disobedience goes on the downward trend. So we're here to partner with the community. We're here to partner with the community and to enhance the way of life in the community and advance the agenda of making our community a better place to live, a better place to rear children, and a better place to grow old. That's why we're in this community. And we believe that our agenda will only enhance this community if the council vote that we be given this particular bylaw clearance so that we can worship at this location. And before I go, we worship on a Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. Show up one of these Sabbath mornings.
For the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of bylaw 400.48? That was your opportunity to do so.
But it's still on, okay. I'm Ruby Adams. And Lacombe is like, oops. Lacombe is like a second home to me because way back in the late 1970s, my husband and I came out here. He came to study theology, and this was Lacombe. Those were the days. As a Black person, people came and rub your skin to see if the chocolate will come off, or they touch the hair and everything like that. So we spent several years here, went away, and came back 23 years ago. And here we are right back in Lacombe. So it's like second home. And it has grown. I remember when from 2000, we moved in from Calgary to come up here. And our two daughters, one was born in Red Deer, didn't know anything, the other one in Toronto. And as we got off the highway and we were entering Lacombe, and my husband and I, just about the same time, look at that notice as you entering by the golf course, and it showed the population. So he and I, we said, oh, Lacombe has grown. And they look at us like, grown from what? Because they don't know. When we were here, Lacombe was about 5,000 people. But I'm talking about the growth because it's grown in every which way, and the need to have a church downtown. It's so needed. You know, right now, a lot of our churches are on the periphery, but the vision of the Friendship Company was to have a place downtown that's very accessible to people. As mentioned before, people walking off the street come in, they're welcome, whatever. But the main thing we have, the vision, is to do outreach here in downtown. Go on the street, find out the needs, whatever, meet people where they are. And so my hope and my prayer is that you, as the council, Mr. Mayor, I didn't address you properly at the time, and all council members, that you would really consider approving our church meeting down. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of bylaw 400.48? Please step forward. Seeing none, I will ask those who wish to speak in opposition of bylaw 400.48 to step forward, please. No one? Okay, then, any persons deemed to be affected and who wishes to be heard on 400.48. Now is your opportunity. Seeing none, I declare the public hearing for bylaw 400.48 closed at 7:19 p.m. And then if we move along your agenda to section 6, requests for decision. Item 6.1 is the bylaw 400.47, land use bylaw amendment redesignation proposed for second reading. And Planner McLaughlin. And Manager Hackett, who's leading to this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. As mentioned through the presentation, our recommendation is for approval of bylaw 400.47. So granting second reading and granting third reading of bylaw 400.47. And Manager Hackett and I welcome any questions you may have.
Councillor Conick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So just a clarification on a couple of points, and then I'll make a few comments. So it was zoned, there was 2 lots, and now we're got 4 lots there. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor Conick. So at one point in time, it was 2 properties, and in 2015, it was subdivided into 4 more narrow properties. So it is 4 lots currently that are zoned R2.
And so those lots in its current configuration would support a duplex?
So it would support 4 small single-family dwellings or 2 duplexes, which would straddle the lot lines. So 2 duplexes, 4 units. So that would be what you would get, would be 4 units,
Okay.
either configuration.
Thank you for that clarification. And to the presenters this evening, thank you for everyone that spoke in favor and opposed. I do appreciate what the developer wants to undertake here. There is more of a need for this type of housing. However, I think there was a need more so in the past than at present. I mean, we have had 4 rather large, impressive apartment buildings go up. It speaks to the need somewhat in that as soon as they go up, they're full pretty much. So there's definitely, one could argue, more of a need. However, I would agree that I'm not sure that this is the right spot for that. I think the current zoning, as far as I'm concerned, would work there. I think I'd love to see 4 or 2 duplexes go up. I think that's 4 potential families that could be housed there. And quite frankly, I think there's probably more of a need for duplexes than there are for apartment buildings at the moment. And that's just from my current line of work that I'm in at the moment. So I guess those are my thoughts. I wanted to share them. My apologies to council, mayor, and everyone here. I actually have to leave. I have other things I have to take care of. So, but I did want to make that known that is my thoughts. And at present, I guess I wouldn't support second reading as presented at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I mean, the project sounds like it would be great in another location. I like the idea of adding additional apartments, especially if they're affordable housing, of course. But I think we've addressed this already with this property at one time to be that. So I agree with Councillor Conick that the 2 duplexes would be a great addition. And we're only talking 6 units difference. And I suspect that in the duplexes, you might have more people living there than in apartments. So as far as density of population, I don't think there'd be that much difference. And I think it would be more inclined towards families, the duplexes, than the apartments themselves. So I will be voting against making the changes to the property.
Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I do have a few comments on this one, so certainly wanted to get it on record. I did want to address a comment that was made by one of the presenters. I totally respect everybody's opinion, and I appreciate that it's also very difficult to come before council. And I can also appreciate that there's obviously probably a lot of emotion happening here because you know, this is your home, your neighborhood, and changes can be scary. So I just wanted to comment that you know, when we're talking about zoning in the community, no decision is ever final. So I realize that it feels like maybe you're being picked on this street because this has come before council a couple times now. But I think it's important that everybody realize that any property in this community is subject to change, and it can be rezoned. Now, when you're in an older neighborhood, it's more ripe for that change because redevelopment when it was originally developed, the vision changes, the way that people live changes. And so you're going to see more pressure on older neighborhoods to have lots rezoned as opposed to, newer areas, just simply because of age. These houses are at end of life. Now, what do you do with a new property? It's a large property. Hey, this is a great location for higher density. And from an urban planning perspective, it really does make sense to increase density close, in the heart of the community rather than creating more and more urban sprawl, which is more expensive. There's a lot of benefits to it. Now, that being said, too, again, these things don't only happen in the older neighborhoods. They do happen in newer ones as well. We had a situation, in fact, talking about high density, where there was an area that wasn't supposed to be a second apartment building. Guess what? It got redesignated and was now a second apartment building. Neighbors in the area were, not exactly thrilled with that idea, because when they bought their house 10 years ago, it was a field, but they were anticipating single dwelling homes. So I'm bringing this up because I just feel like it's important that you realize that it's not just you that are under attack, and that this is honestly something that can happen anywhere. My street, their street, your street, it can happen anywhere. Now, the crux of the matter here is multifamily affordability, and I totally am on board with that, and I get the idea behind what the developer wants to achieve here, but I'm also trying to respect what the community that exists is also saying. This is my neighborhood, this is the feel of the neighborhood, and I'm worried you're going to change it. And I feel like in this situation, I do feel like an apartment building is too much, only because I feel like we're going from single dwelling all the way to R5. And why isn't R4, for example, suitable? When we looked at what's available for houses in this community, I noticed that townhouses is the smallest segment, but that actually can be a very powerful housing option for families in particular, because you can have multiple people. You can have a large family in a townhouse. It's affordable, but it's not adding that much pressure to a street, in my opinion. So I will not be supporting second reading in this situation because it's an apartment. Had this been brought forward as an R4, however, so that it would be up to 4 townhouses, I probably would support it. So I'm just putting it out there. I realize that's not what we're voting on, but I wanted to give you the reasons as to why I'm making the decision I am.
Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So I'm not sure if people in the public are aware, we don't speak on these topics beforehand in private and discuss them as individuals with each other. So we're all kind of hearing each other's comments for the first times here as well. But in regards to that, I will speak on this. I want to thank you to all those who are in attendance as well as spoke, and those who submitted written responses. This is always a lively topic. Your voices have been heard, and we certainly are taking your concerns into consideration. This becomes a delicate balance of what the community needs or could use and what the local community wants. It is my opinion that the city has a responsibility to ensure affordable opportunities are available to those who use or need it. This type of housing is also best placed near the resources these people will use, close to groceries, shopping, public facilities, education. In my eye, this does seem like a great location. We have development codes and permits and bylaws in place that seem to address the majority of concerns brought forward. These are also continuously being adjusted to improve our residents' quality of lives, and feedback is always welcomed to help the residents. I hope we could work with the local residents, developer, and the city to make this a successful project and to welcome those who rely on this type of residence. So I think we're hearing I have a different opinion, and I appreciate everybody who came to speak on this, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I too want to thank everybody who spoke tonight, and I particularly want to thank the developers as well. It is exciting as a council to hear people, the passion that they want to contribute to our community. So it's very, very much appreciated. I also want to echo some of what Councillor Hibbs said, and even Councillor Dallas. Like, we don't talk about this ahead of time. We don't have some hidden agenda. And yes, we would be concerned if this was in our neighborhood as well, but we still make decisions from a point of view that what is best for our city. I too am contented with the 4 lots. And I'll just leave it at that. But I did have a question for our city staff. Just for the record, what is a 2.5-story building? What would that look like? Just like, because DARP is 2.5. Like, what is that?
Through to council and Mayor Creasy. So a 2.5-story building would typically probably be about 32 feet if we're talking in terms of meters. There is a picture in the agenda package, which unfortunately I didn't have in my presentation. About a block away, there is a 2.5-story apartment next to a 2-story duplex. And when you look at them side by side, the height difference is fairly minimal. So it can be designed as part of the presentation I was talking about. Architectural design can play an important role in the massing of a building on a property. So whether it has a flat roof or a low slope, or it's the 1/2 story is half underground. So those basement units would be half underground with their egress windows onto grade level. So that's essentially what a 2.5-story building would look like.
Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. A lot of the comments are repetitious, but there is still a grave need for more rental units. The 96-unit Laban apartment building opened up July 1st, and as each floor is finished, it's full. There's still a grave need for more rental. Rates have went up 30% in the last 3 years to my, as that I know of myself. But in this location, it's a beautiful area. It's very consistent. It's wonderful to go see that this area is heart and pride maintained, I guess. And I can feel, as I hear it from some seniors, that do want to be within walking distance of their essentials, and because it is also obviously another demand of other units downtown, but it's consistently accepted for the bigger lots to end up as duplexes, and that's consistent. And as much as I hear the need for rental, it's just one thing about our community is they're passionate, and I respect all those that came forward. So I won't be supporting it. I wish we could come up with another area to serve the seniors that want to be downtown within walking distance. I wish we could find another area for another facility like it's across from Hannah Seeds, like that, one of those comparable buildings, or behind McDonald's. Those are still really in need in this community, and we have an investor, and I'm always been pro investment to grow our community and serve the different demographics uses. But I applaud people coming forward with their passion. So I think we have a responsibility to address that.
Councilor Koenig.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'm just prepared to make the motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.47 as presented.
Appreciate that. So I haven't spoken this item, but an interesting one for me, having grown up very close to this development and knowing an awful lot of individuals both here and who live in that area. Was an interesting point when someone said something about development if it were near a councillor's home, and I can tell you there is absolutely no difference. And in fact, I know where I live at now, perhaps in 60 years, which is about where the age of this property is at, where I'm at, perhaps one day that will be condominiums there. I don't know, but I think we do need to be in a position to be able to accept change and embrace it. It's always easy to shoot down development, but I can tell you from a development perspective, it's not everybody that wants to take these types of projects on. And I do value new investment to our community and those who are willing to look at things perhaps in a little different lens than what those of us who have been here an awful long time. So there is value in that. Council's given the sometimes difficult duty of putting the community first and the individual needs perhaps come a not too distant second, but perhaps a little farther down the list. So I, at the risk of offending some friends in this room, I find myself being leaning more towards proactive in development, and I see this as a far less obtrusive development than what I initially thought when I understood apartment. Immediately that conjures up images of 4, 6, 8, who knows how many story buildings that are massive and imposing on the neighborhood. I don't see this one going that way. Quite honestly, I don't know that we're going to have to worry about finding out the way that from the comments here, but I am in support of reading two and taking this further. So, anyone else? We do have the motion before us as read into the record by Councillor Connick, who did stick around for the vote, which is good to see. For second reading to bylaw 400.47. So please enter your votes now. And so, as expected, this did fail second reading. 5 voting against, and myself and Councillor Dallas voting in favor. And so that is defeated. And then the next item up, 6.2, is bylaw 400.48, the land use bylaw amendment site exception proposed for second and third reading. Manager Hackett, would you care to start us off on that item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Creasy, members of council. Just to refresh your memory, bylaw 400.48 is a request for a site-specific exception to allow a place of worship at 5109 51st Street, legally described as Lot 3, Block 11, Plan RN 1A, located in the downtown commercial C1 district, and to allow a place of worship, a church, as a discretionary use. And it is recommended that council gives second and third reading to bylaw 400.48. Thank you.
Thank you. One item I would like some clarification on, if I could, Manager Hackett, is the timing and the dates involved here. I mean, we're into month 5 or 6 since it was outlined that this as being used as a place of worship. And I'm just curious both why that is and what the impacts would be should council choose to take the site exception and how that affects municipal business up to the date of the change.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So administration became aware in May that this property was being used as a place of worship and recognized that it did not have the correct zoning in place. So the landowners were notified in June, and we were able to meet and request that they submit an application for a site-specific exception. As we talked about different options, whether they wanted to move or whether they wanted to try and rezone this property. So they did submit, actually on May 23rd, request to amend the land use bylaw. And then we were able to bring it to council for first reading in July. And just with the timing of summer council meetings, it's taken us to today to have second and third reading. In terms, does that answer the question on the timing?
It does, thank you.
And in terms of the second part of your question was the ramifications if this rezoning is denied. That is certainly an option on the table. If the rezoning is denied, the church will need to vacate the property and find another suitably designated location. administration chose not to seek enforcement as an open application for rezoning was in place. So we have shared with the church that we were pausing enforcement until a council was able to make a decision on the site exception. And if the decision is not favorable to the church, they will be required to move to a different location.
Okay, thank you. Council? Councilor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. With developments like this, as a rule, parking is definitely the friction point. So that's sort of the focus of my questions. So I have essentially two. First question is, assuming that it is, allowed to proceed and that it's made an exception, is there a requirement suggested that there will be parking parking spaces developed on site? I realize that it would not be adequate to meet the needs as a place of worship, but for what is available for parking, if I recall correctly, the property appears just to be lawn, I guess, other than the building. So would that be a requirement, or can we make that a requirement that a parking lot would actually be created?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hibbs. I'm just looking in the council report. Based on approximately 70 seats, I think it is 70 seats, 18 parking stalls would be required under the current land use bylaw rules. So as you could see from the slides, there is no parking developed on this site. It's estimated that we could fit about 5 across the rear, and that's just an estimate. And the Friendship Company has advised that they have an arrangement with some of the parking lots in the area owned by other properties, which have 26 stalls. So under the land use bylaw, if there was a written agreement for those 26 stalls to be used when needed, that is something that the Development Authority could consider. So that decision would be part of a condition of the development permit, that this would be conditionally approved pending the written agreement for at least 18 parking stalls, or if there was 5 developed on site, then 13 parking stalls. The Development Authority would also have the option under the bylaw to waive or reduce the parking requirements. And that is common, maybe not for places of worship, but for businesses in the C1. There's several times that they've had their parking waived given the amount of street parking or public parking lots that are available. So those would be some of the fine details that the Development Authority, likely Municipal Planning Commission in this case, would need to work through before issuing the development permit.
So just for clarification, it may not actually be required that any parking spaces be developed on that parcel as long as some can be secured in the area under some agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as long as the Development Authority was satisfied with the alternative arrangements.
And then further to this potential parking arrangement, now I'm assuming that would only be satisfied if there's an actual contract or written agreement. What would happen in the case of, say, an agreement is met, made with a neighboring business or whatnot, and then that contract ceases to exist for whatever reason? What then happens to the church and its ability to continue its operations?
In that case, say if the property sold or changed their use and needed that parking themselves and withdrew that agreement, the onus would be on the church to find another agreement or to come back to MPC for an alternate arrangement. So they still would be required to meet that condition of the development permit. And if they couldn't, they would need to come back for an amendment.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers.
Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I will go ahead and make the motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 400.48 as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Yeah, I am happy to move this forward. It sounds like the Development Authority and MPC can manage the other issues that could arise from this. The only other comment I have on this is it just seems to highlight a continuing concern regarding places of worship. It seems like this is the third one in a row in which they have been operating without proper zoning or permitting. I'm sure, you know, this isn't me saying this for the first time to anybody in administration. So I just, hopefully we can work on education to prevent this from happening in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I have a question as a result of what Mr. Dara said. This is a site exception, so it will remain as a church even if the church leaves. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor Hoekstra, the site exception, depending how council chooses to word it, but the way it's worded in the bylaw right now, that would be permanently added to the property. So if this church operated for a couple years and left, and then it became a commercial business and a different church wanted to come in, that site exception would still be there. It would still secure that place for a future place of worship as well. Or if the building was demolished and a new one was built. Unless council puts a time on it or specified a different arrangement, but it's added permanently to this property.
There was one confusing thing there. You said if it became commercial and then a church again, for it to become commercial, it would have to be, the site exception would have to be removed in the meantime.
The site exception would just become another use in the list of uses. So they would need to apply for a new development permit for a bank or for a commercial use. And based on the development permit, you would only have one use at a time. But if they tore the church down and built a new building, maybe there's some combination use that they wanted to apply for at that time, but a new development permit for a different use would be required. But the zoning, it would still be in the list of possible uses.
Okay, so that's a small but interesting difference, one that I had. And is it appropriate or is it possible to have a time limiting factor on a site exception?
Yes, Mayor Creasy, certainly that is possible. An example would be for FSK Automotive that council dealt with, I think it was either end of last year or earlier this year, that had a time limit on it of I think it was 2 or 3 years. And then at the end of that, they had to come back to council to ask for an extension to that or move to a different site. So sometimes site exceptions have a time frame on them, and sometimes many others do not.
Right. The reason I ask is because there was an outline that suggested future development and whatnot. And as far as the location, given the parking and the neighborhood close to downtown, I'm not necessarily sure this is an ideal spot. However, I'm sympathetic to the fact that it meets the congregation's uses right now. So I will be supporting it, but I would certainly like to see some sort of a time limiting factor put in there if council sees fit to add that.
I'm just going to check with the developer whether he meant he does own several properties, or the owner, I'm sorry, does own several properties there. So I just want to check if he meant future redevelopment of multiple properties or this site specific.
Mm-hmm.
So the landowner indicates that in the future, there's a possibility that multiple properties could be redeveloped that he owns along there.
Yep. Great. Anything else, council? I think that seeing none, then I will call the question. And second reading is on your machines. Please go ahead and vote. That is unanimously approved. Is there any appetite for consideration of a third reading this evening? Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I move that council give third reading to bylaw 400.48 as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Hoekstra, obviously you just wanted to make the motion as well. Very good. Anybody wish to speak? Third reading is on your machines before you. Please go ahead and cast your vote. And likewise, that is 100% in favor of third reading. Thanks, everyone. We'll give Manager Hackett a couple moments to take care of last item's business moving forward, and then up for consideration is our encroachments on municipal land, item 6.3. Director Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy, and I apologize. Manager Hackett is listed as the presenter. We had talked late last week after the publishing of the agenda, and I will be leading the presentation tonight. So I'm happy to continue now if that's okay with you.
Appreciate you stepping in, Director Thompson. The floor is yours.
At the May 23rd, 2023 regular meeting, the owner of 5466 52nd Avenue requested council intervene in the enforcement action initiated by administration in May of 2022 to remove the private fence and yard improvements which are encroaching on the 55th Street public boulevard. Council directed administration to delay the enforcement process in order to receive more information. Tonight, administration is asking for council's direction on that encroachment. If an encroachment occurs on city-owned land, the city has the responsibility for maintaining lands acquired for roads or utilities, ensuring that public services function effectively, managing lands for future growth and servicing, and stewarding lands intended for public use and enjoyment. In the case of rights-of-way, it is sometimes not obvious how the land is being used by the city. Current and future administrations and council strive to ensure there is adequate land within the city for underground utilities, setbacks for operations, future road widening, or sidewalks and other streetscaping elements. And even if public land does not have an immediate or definitive current or future use, private parties cannot remove it from the public realm without due process. To date, each request for an encroachment has been dealt with on an ad hoc basis, depending on the amount of land taken by the encroachment and the specific circumstances. The city initiated a lot boundary survey of properties along 55th Street between 52nd Avenue to 56th Avenue. The survey aimed to determine the prevalence of existing encroachments on that street. The survey identified 9 properties encroaching into the public road allowance and confirmed the fence encroachment of 5466 52nd Avenue varied between 1.2 and 1.3 meters. To address these encroachments and others that may arise in the future, administration has drafted a new directive for staff that, when finalized, puts in place a consistent and transparent approach to the consideration of fence encroachments, residential building encroachments, and signs. Administration is also asking for council's direction to finalize that administrative directive. These types of encroachments are not something that administration places typically a high priority on. They are very time intensive for both senior staff, frontline staff, and as is tonight with council. And so typically we are able to or strive or embark on taking on encroachments of this nature to the tune of maybe 2 or 3 a year for that reason. And so it's not something that we have the capacity to proactively or seek out enforcement on as a matter of typical day-to-day business. Based on the draft administrative directive, 4 of the encroachments on 55th Street would be classified as minor fence encroachments, being less than 0.2 meters, and 5 were categorized as major fence encroachments, more than 0.3 meters over the property line. After receiving a complaint about the fence, administration reviewed the uniqueness of the property, that being 5466 52nd Avenue, to see if there were any historical or extenuating circumstances for the fence to be placed on municipal land. And it was determined that no circumstance exists, as this is a new fence constructed within the past few years. In fact, when the owners of 5466 52nd Avenue applied for a development permit for the house in 2017, and later for a variance to allow for a wider driveway, the site drawings on the RPR provided showed accurate property boundaries. For these reasons, administration recommends that council direct administration to proceed with the enforcement action to require the owner to remove the encroaching fence. However, should council wish to proceed with other options, including allowing the fence to remain, those options have been included in the council report for its consideration. And with that, Mayor Creasy, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Who would like to start? Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. In light of the information brought here and the knowledge of the homeowners on their property in the real RPR, I am in favor of continuing with the city's initial plan to have the fence moved. In regards to the encroachment administrative directive, I appreciate the effort that has gone into this, and I think it certainly will help in the future, and I fully support that as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? You had something else, Councillor Dallas?
No, sorry, I was just, this is on in case nobody else wants to speak, so, yeah.
Guess what? That works. The floor is yours.
How fortunate for me. So I will make the motion that council directs administration to proceed with encroachment option 1 for removal of the fence encroaching onto municipal lands adjacent to 5466 52nd Avenue, Lot 5, Block 28, Plan RN1E.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. As much as these are difficult ones, I guess it's frustrating in the sense is that there is process that if the citizens would just approach planning and development for being mentored through their intentions with a permit, we wouldn't be in this position. And in order for consistency, that means following policies and bylaws. So I do support the motion, and I guess, like I said, it's to a point, it almost has to be a precedent that as an education, it's get a permit. That's the frustrating thing is you wouldn't put anybody in a position to have to deal with these situations if there was just people would get permits.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So does this mean that the other four, I guess, encroachments will also be dealt with in the same manner, or I guess they're not addressed in this memo at all. Is that, yeah, I guess I was curious about that. I find this very difficult.
CEO Gowdy.
So we anticipated that question. We don't have a great answer for you. That's actually why Director Thompson had that bit in his presentation about capacity and this not being a high priority, that really we're looking at kind of a couple of these a year when we get complaints or that we would prioritize them, but actively pursuing each and every other known or identified encroachments, some of which may be long-standing and you could be on the 4th, 5th owner of those properties, is not a high priority for us. This one has been brought to the forefront because it is a recent one. There was a complaint from a nearby resident. There are other issues in the area, but those haven't been complaints brought to us. So they were only brought to our attention through council's direction to conduct a survey and look for, what's the prevalence of these issues? And as you saw, high. And I think if you check anywhere in the community, you would find those issues. Where they are new properties, there seems to be a likelihood that they were aware of the property boundaries and had made a risk assessment and choice about their encroachment. That's where this administrative directive has been developed, so we can be consistent when those do come up. But if you want to give really specific direction about those other 4, that would also help us make a decision about whether we're enforcing or not.
So yes, this is always a difficult situation we put in when someone has mistakenly or on purpose, whatever the case may be, not followed their lot line. I think memory serves me right, this individual said that it was placed in line with an adjoining property with a fence, and I did go by and look at it, and quite frankly, I can see that it does. Um, the difficulty for me comes in, how do we enforce this on one property and not on everyone equally? There's no denying that it's wrong. It should not be on public property, period. However, in a case where we have no use and no attention for it currently, and I would suggest likely not in the foreseeable future, I find it difficult that this needs to be enforced at this time. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some sort of consequences, and I would be more inclined to have the current owner sign a document acknowledging that this in fact is occurred and is not proper, and knowing full well that if in fact down the road, if the city did need that property for any purpose that it deems, that the fence must be removed, or we will remove it at his cost, or at the property owner's cost. And I think I might also be inclined to have him register something of that to that effect on title, which eliminates the possibility of it being cast down upon future owners. But to have this enforced because someone has been turned in or complained about on one property, and say that we're going to turn our head on the other five major ones and 2 or 3 minor, that just doesn't seem right either. So yeah, I'm not going to suggest that we enforce the current direction. However, as I said, I think there needs to be some consequences and some admission of wrongdoing and registering that on title to suggest that it needs to be dealt with either at time of sale, or if the city needs the property, you're out of luck. It's moved and it's out of there. So I think there's better ways to go about this than just having it moved after the property is done over and developed through some what was outlined as genuine errors. So a little different view than some, but that's where I'm at with this one. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So my first comment is something I actually was going to comment on for the second motion, but it's applicable now given this recent conversation, that I do fully appreciate and support that administrative directive that was written up, because that's exactly what's going to avoid this problem going forward. And I do expect that these will be enforced. And I respectfully disagree with our mayor in that I think regardless of whether the city needs it or not is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that the homeowner did not do due diligence, put a fence where it didn't belong, and there can be no expectation that there's entitlement to using that just because somebody else isn't. That's not how it's meant to work. How can I righteously enforce this anywhere else in this community saying, no, you're not entitled to public land. That's public land, not yours. But oh, this is inconvenient for this landowner, so we won't enforce that in this situation. I think it does have to be the same for every single landowner. And in this case, it's an egregious amount that we're talking about. It's not just a couple inches. And so I think that we do have to enforce. And then when this is brought forward the next time, I also will be in support of enforcing it. And when it's brought again in another situation, yes, I'm in support of enforcing it. Does it mean that we're going to attack all of these encroachments all in 1 year? No, because as was mentioned, there's just not the capacity, and frankly, they're not being brought forward. But if they are, I hope that we address the situation. This makes it blanket the same for everybody, depending on the severity of the encroachment. I think small encroachments, which is easy to, create a post hole a little bit too far over by a couple inches, that's not a big deal. That's common. I bet probably most properties have that as the case. But we're talking about significant amounts of public property that people are not entitled to. I'm not, amiable to saying, oh, well, we just can pay a little bit more property tax or something like that. It's not how it's meant to work. This needs to be fair for everybody, and fair means you're not entitled to city property. The public's entitled to city property.
Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I agree with a lot of that as far as this encroachment, especially when it being a newer house. And it seems like the homeowner knew about this issue. I don't know about making the move it. I like your idea, Mr. Mayor, as far as adding it to title and maybe even to the point where if you don't fix it, it might affect your sale. And I don't know if that's possible or not as an encroachment. But to me, it doesn't have to be addressed in one way or another. And I think whatever works best for administration, I would be happy with as long as it's addressed either by making them move the fence or putting enough something on their title that affects their saleability at a future date.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I guess I'm a little bit confused about that with Councillor Gullickson because then we're not following the policy that was created by administration. But I do think there needs to be action. And if we deal with one, we do have to deal with all 5 in this area because it all stemmed out of the same complaint. Or I guess I would be open to a fine. That's not an option that was presented. Could there not be some sort of fine and then the fence doesn't have to come down? The waste involved with it coming down bothers me a great deal, but yet I do think that there has to be some consequence for this owner. As maybe for all of the owners, there should be some kind of financial ramification. And I did not read that in that policy. And maybe I was reading it wrong, but the only part I thought they have to pay $100 for that road closure thing. And I thought, what's $100? No, I don't mean to be that dismissive on $100, but it's nothing when you're looking at the cost of tearing down a fence and moving it. I think there has to be an appropriate fine to how much city land they're on.
Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I guess my further question would be to maybe Councillor Gullickson or anybody else that thinks that leave the fence is, it goes back to the adage of, don't ask for permission, just ask for forgiveness. Like, what's the deterrent by just saying, you know what, you've already built it, it's good. Maybe you pay a small fine and then just leave it and enjoy the public property that you weren't entitled to, but you were smart enough to build it before we noticed. Like, that's not the right message. The right message is, no, you're going to take it down and you're going to build a fence where it's supposed to be. And that's going to be the case for everybody. Otherwise, that's just special treatment, no deterrent and special treatment.
Councillor Gullickson.
Can I speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you. Well, I think you didn't listen to it all. I mean, to put a restriction on the sale of your house would be fairly restrictive, and I'm sure they wouldn't be happy with that. And if you want to address all of the encroachments, I hope you drove on Brownstone and looked at the airport and the restrictions there and how far they're almost on the road. Are we going to make them all move? If you get started on this, and as administration has indicated, there is a lot. And we're talking a tremendous number. And what do you pick? Do you pick what 0.5 meters is okay, but 0.6 isn't? I don't know. It's very difficult. In this case here, I think they were, certainly negligent. I think they knew for sure, but I think something untitled that would restrict the sale of the home would be something more reasonable.
Thank you. And it is impactful too. I mean, people will take notice of that when they know that there is, that is a pretty drastic consequence in actual fact. And just as a point of information, I did have an opportunity to speak with Director Piché and go over some of the other more egregious locations and properties within the city. This is not a unique problem. The world's not perfect, and Lacombe isn't either, and there are lots of these, and I just have to think we need to be careful of what we're asking for. Yes, we want things to be done correctly, but there are mistakes, and I think that we owe it to address them individually and appropriately. In this instance, imposing other restrictions, to me, accomplishes the same thing while not unduly impacting both the landowner and the neighborhood, which quite honestly is not going to be meaningful for anyone in the property by changing this particular one, but other than to know that it's done according to policy. But yeah, this is quite a can of worms, and I would like for us to give it a second thought before we get carried away. Director Thompson?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. There have been just a few comments that I wanted to just offer some additional clarity on. Comments around registering an instrument or an agreement on title or allowing it to remain and have it come up during land sales, things like that. So we have an option in the council report, option 2, which would allow an encroachment. So any situation where the municipality deems that encroachment could remain with the agreement would be that encroachment agreement, and that would outline stipulations around if the city needs that land for express purposes, that's when they would trigger the removal requirements with notice to that landowner. So I think that touches on some of the items that you had mentioned, Mayor Creasy and Councillor Gullickson. With respect to fees and attaching a fee to it, we do have a upcoming planning and development fee review, more holistic project coming forward for council's consideration. It was planned for the end of the year. Probably it's going to be Q1 of 2024, where we did plan to bring forward some options around encroachments and around this specifically that would outline how we'd recommend that be, I guess, considered. And certainly we can provide a few options with respect to encroachments or penalties or things like that in this situation at that time, just so you're aware that that is coming down the pipeline as well. And then finally, I just want to clarify that this fence was constructed, and then the comment earlier was that it lined up with the neighbor's fence across the lane. That fence across the lane was built after this fence was built. And so I think the opposite has occurred, although there was an assertion that before the current fence was built, that there was a previous old fence that was lined up there. And so there's kind of a precedent that is being set, at least on that localized area of the block, that they're just lining up with the fence, not really following the property line and going ahead and building new fences. So I just wanted to clarify.
I appreciate that clarification. It would be my wish that that property also be subject to the same registration that this one in question is too, but CEO Gowdy?
It will be. And we were in contact with that landowner prior to any enforcement proceedings on this fence. Prior to them building a fence, we were in contact with that adjacent landowner who chose to build their fence in alignment with this fence, knowing full well that that fence was not in proper alignment. So that is one of the issues that we want to address here. Is consistency and making sure that there isn't a attitude of do it first and ask for forgiveness after, because that has been catching on, and is one of the things we're trying to address here.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I see some sense of compromise, but also consistency to support our administration for enforcement. So, and yet, if you're going to put clauses on people's properties of easements and so forth, that comes at a cost of legally and our administration as well, significantly, because if we go that direction, like, it's endless. Like it's all due respect, how many people have not followed historically over the many years of not getting a permit? Like, you can't get that message across. It's for everybody's benefit. But, I can see that to be, it's a beautiful house, beautiful fence. I've drove by it myself. And it's really tough when you know the people personally that have, contributed aesthetically and built a beautiful house. But how do you get the message across? It should be a very significant find. They pay the legal, the time, administration, plus like $1,000 fine, you know, keeping that precedent that they're, you know, you're guilty, and our administration should not at that time should be accountable to on top of the fine, you know, because everything is at a cost of running this business of the city of Hall that our administration contributes to the budget. It's all at a cost of time. So there's a balance, because we start in one fence, where is it going to end for your administration as well? Where do you find a compromise? What's easier for yourselves? You know, enforcement on every fence that's not accurate in town, or having a fine and putting a signed easement on their registration of their property? Should we be addressing this more in depthly so it's a compromise for respecting our administration as well? Just throwing that out there.
Thank you. So a couple times it's been mentioned if people would get permits. Let's keep in mind that a permit does not correct these existing conditions nor future ones. It is certainly a hope that things are done according to permit, but out of all, there would be no reason to have RPRs if everything was done perfectly according to plans originally put in. There just wouldn't be, because it would all be done correctly. In the real world, it doesn't work that way, and there are varying degrees of encroachments and side yard issues and all the rest of it. And they all had permits, or the vast majority of them had permits. So having a permit does not correct it, but I think by putting in some strong measures that would have an impact on these landowners that choose or that have chosen to not comply, that we're going to accomplish the same thing as we would just to say to rip it out and make a big mess of the municipal property and their own for very little impact in an area where we're not going to use it. That's all I'm getting at. I'm not suggesting that's right, and there does need to be consequences, absolutely. CEO Gowdy?
So thank you, Mayor Creasy. Councillor Ross had also asked what was easier for administration in terms of forcing removal of the fence versus imposing a fine and developing an encroachment agreement. I would say having a fine structure and a structure where the municipality is compensated for the administrative time and the lost land value. That's one thing we had talked about, is to say, well, let's say it is a 20-year encroachment agreement. Ought not they pay a lease price for the fair land value for the entire occupied space? Ought not they pay a fair tax rate for that land that's occupied? Like, this really is, if they're allowed to occupy it with no compensation, it's actually better than free land, because their actual land, they do have to pay all of those things. And so one option council could look at is to say, you know, Director Thompson, that review, it sounds great. It's late in the summer already. This one issue is before us, but maybe we want to look at a more comprehensive analysis that includes an option to either remove the fence or some punitive encroachment agreement type thing. Punitive is not the right word, but something where the taxpayers are not unfairly carrying the burden to create legal mechanisms to allow someone to, without authorization, occupy public land. That might be something council want to consider.
Councillor Gullickson?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy, and I agree with that, but anything we do would have to be equal to the cost of that land, and at least, and more than that, certainly cover our costs, because otherwise, why wouldn't I just extend my fence out 10 feet and say, the hell? So that's why I say that if we can affect the sale of the property later, if we can do that, I don't know if that's possible. That to me is more of an issue to them at a later date than anything else, because the property couldn't be sold until that fence was fixed, is what I have in mind.
Councillor Hoopstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I agree 100% with what CEO Gowdy was saying. I was going to bring it up, but then I was hearing the administrative tasks that are associated with something like this. Why would we want the city to figure out how much that little chunk of land is worth tax-wise? But I was hoping to see the landowner would pay for that piece of property in their tax roll. But I would like them to compensate the city for their administrative work there as well. So that is why I said a significant fine, I called it, but it would be an annual fine because taxes are annual. And I struggle with ripping it out. And like Mayor Creasy said, potentially wrecking the city property too. But this cannot go on without some significant consequence, not just a slap on the wrist.
Councillor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy, and I apologize for speaking to this so much, but I just feel that passionately about it. I think that the idea of wrecking the city property by removing a fence is a little bit of a stretch. You know, we're talking about a fence. When we're talking about fines or increasing, you know, taxes that somebody's going to pay, one, you're starting to make it look like now they're entitled to the property. But two, that's a little bit elitist. Like, you got money, you can afford to do that. That's the special rate for the people that have money. What about people that don't, right? Like that. I just go back to that. It's not consistent and the same for everybody. It's not leveling out the playing field. It's actually doing exactly the opposite. So I just wanted to point that out.
Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just keep it short. I just have a question of process. So if this motion is defeated, another motion can be brought forward to direct administration and bring more of a comprehensive plan of options with what is coming forward at a later date, as what CEO Gowdy and Director Thompson have brought forward. Could that would be an option?
CEO Gowdy?
Yeah, we had planned that to be part of the review anyway, so it was planned, but if you wanted to provide specific direction in the case you've described where the motion is first defeated, that would be fine as well to say, we would like to see an option for compensation to the city for encroachment agreements within the planning and development fee review.
So just so I'm on the same page here, so that review is in process now, or will be shortly?
It will be, there has been some work done. We had planned for quarter 4 to quarter 1, or late this year, beginning of next year.
Pending relatively soon in the municipal world, that's okay. I'm just wondering if it's appropriate that we deal with a single parcel now with that in process. Seems odd to me, but I just wanted to be sure that I was clear with what the intent was there. Councillor Dallas?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I stand with Councillor Hibbs in agreement. I think we're overcomplicating a fence move, and I would love to see this move forward.
Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. Well, my question though to Councillor Dallas and Councillor Hibbs, and I too agree with enforcement. I do. But then what about the enforcement of the other 4 properties? Do you have thoughts about that? If we're going to be moving fences, then we got to be expecting all the other 4 to be moving fences as well. And sure, fair enough. It's not a big deal, but I think it's financially a pretty big deal.
So let's also consider that's just the 4 on that street. We've got a city full of these. Like there's a lot, and some that are more egregious than this one in particular, which is unnerving to know, but they're out there. So, yeah. Anyone else? We do have a motion before us. And I'll ask our legislative coordinator. It's been some time since the motion was made, just to read it back to us, please, so we can vote on the correct motion.
And Mayor Creasy and Council, the motion on the floor from Councillor Dallas is that Council directs administration to proceed with the enforcement option 1 for removal of the fence encroaching onto municipal lands adjacent to 5466 52nd Avenue, Lot 5, Block 28, Plan RN1E.
Appreciate it, Coordinator Bellabono. Any questions before I call the question at hand? Please vote. One of those ones no one wants to vote on. So 6 votes, this will be interesting. And that is marginally defeated with the majority being opposed and councillors Hibbs and Dallas voting in favor to proceed. So I think it's important everyone in this room realizes it, but anybody watching at home to know that this issue is far from over, and I expect we'll be coming back in relatively short order and may in fact be more comprehensive than just a single property. Thank you for that. Director Thompson, item 6.4. I'm sorry, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. If I can make a further motion, if CO Godey could reword what he briefly said a few moments ago pertaining to further elaborating on. You worded that correctly. What was my intentions? Thank you.
Mayor Creasy, I would propose a motion for Councillor Ross's consideration that council directs administration to include in the forthcoming review of planning and development fees an option for encroachment agreements that ensures the city is fairly compensated for the work involved in preparing and executing the agreement and for the value of the public lands occupied.
Is that how you intended it to be worded, Councillor Ross?
Absolutely. Sounds wonderful. With findings as an option.
So I think there was already an expectation this review is going to bring forward some of these items anyway. However, if we want that particular motion before us, which is already made, then we'll just wait for it to be input into our machines and give Director Thompson an opportunity to prepare for the Parkland Community Planning Services new funding model, item 6.4, while IT gets the other item underway. Actually, it's going to take a couple minutes. Why don't we take a short recess? That's even better. Yep, one person can't leave, but if we all do, it's good. So it's 8:27. We'll reconvene at 8:35. All right, so we'll reconvene everyone. We've got a motion before us, and because there was a break in the transition there for a short recess called by myself, I'll have Legislative Coordinator Bellabono just read back the motion before us.
The motion on the floor by Councillor Dallas is that council directs administration to proceed with the enforcement option 1 for removal of bench and, sorry, am I screwing?
It's actually originated from
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Ross.
Councillor Ross, sorry, wrong motion. That council directs administration to include in the forthcoming review of planning and development fees an option for encroachment agreements that ensures the city is fairly compensated for the work involved in preparing and executing the agreement and for the value of the public's lands occupied.
Thank you. And that wording is correct. Very good. So we have the question before us. There's no one else wishing to speak. So I will call the question. Please go ahead and vote. And that is endorsed by a margin of 4-2. Councillors Hibbs and Dallas voted against that particular motion. And Director Thompson, item 6.4, the Parkland Community Planning Services new funding model, please.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. Administration is asking for council's endorsement, or asking council to direct administration to work with Parkland Community Planning Services to execute a new 3-year contract that incorporates a new funding model that is proposed by Parkland Community Planning Services. In recent, about a year or so, the board of the Parkland Community Planning Services has come to realize that their current funding model makes it very difficult for their long-term financial viability. And this is of concern for their membership. There are many small municipalities that rely on the shared regional services that they provide for planning and development matters as their whole planning department. The city of Lacombe, fortunately, does not rely on Parkland Community PCPS in the same way. However, they are fully integrated into our operation. They routinely receive delegated work from our planning staff, and frequently for rezones and whatnot, whenever there's capacity limitations within our department, we do rely on Parkland Community Planning Services to supplement our current staff, and that allows us to maintain what we consider a high level of service for our residents and investors and developers in the community. The new funding model that PCPS is proposing includes an annual fee that it would be calculated based on population. For Lacombe, that would be about $15,000 per year. They're also updating their hourly rates, and the sum total of those two changes mean that moving forward, the costs of that service to the city of Lacombe, we estimate, would be an additional $18,000 per year over what we're paying today. And so we want to make council aware of that. We also think that the continued use of PCPS is important for Lacombe. They provide not only development support for the city, but planning support. And certainly they do so in a way that is more cost effective than hiring an additional staff member that would probably only be able to provide one of those two things. And so we are recommending that council direct administration to finalize that contract with PCPS. It would take effect in 2024 moving forward. If council directed us to their administration to do so, and you would see that additional funding in your forthcoming budget deliberations this fall.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Just for clarification then, so it's around about $1 per capita fixed rate, and then the 18,000 was due to increases in the hourly rate of services. That's two separate items?
Yeah, it's the combination of those two things is the reason why it's $18,000 moving forward. The fixed fee and updates to the hourly services.
Okay, so the differential, the $3,000 makes up for the increase in hourly wages, or is it 30-some thousand dollars increase?
No, it's an $18,000 increase.
Okay.
Total.
15 from fixed and the remainder from increases in hourly charges. Okay. Just wanted to make that clear. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll make the motion that council directs administration to work with Parkland Community Planning Services to execute a 3-year services contract incorporating the new funding model as proposed.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I just have one question. In staffing requests last year, there was one for engineering. Was that in relation to this, or would that be a separate?
I'm sorry. That would have been a separate request. This would be Parkland Community Planning Services works directly with the planning department, and so they're different department.
Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. No one else? I believe that item is before us. Please go ahead and vote. And there'll be a bunch of green lights here shortly, I'm anticipating. That is unanimously in favor. Thanks, everyone. And Senior Manager McKinnon, finally, you've been very patient. Q2 operating variance report, please, item 6.5.
Good evening, Mayor Creasy and Council. Tonight, I'm here to present the Q2 variance report for 2023. The timeline of the report is January to June 30th, 2023. Overall, revenues are $348,000, or 1% higher than budget for the second quarter. Goods and services revenues are $492,000 higher than budget. Notably, the Lagoon water storage agreement has led to a year-to-date surplus exceeding $400,000. Administration and user fees have collectively exceeded budget by $140,000 year-to-date, while cemetery services and security service revenues have fallen short by $60,000. Other sources of revenue and interest and penalties are $108,000 and $51,000 respectively higher than budget. Permits, fines, and licenses have a year-to-date budget shortfall of $117,000, attributed to revenue gaps in business licenses, planning and development fees, and police fines. Overall expenses are $596,000, or 2.3% under budget year-to-date. Debt and bank charges are under budget by $96,000 due to timing differences of debt servicing for the Public Works building. Personnel variances of $51,000 are favorable due to position vacancies and sick leaves. And the provincial school requisitions are under budget by $253,000 due to timing differences. Goods and services costs are currently 6.2%, or $208,000 under budget. This category is comprised of many expenses, including travel and subsidence, training and conferences, general materials and supplies, just to name a few. Goods and services account for 12% of the city's expenses. The under budget reporting for most departments in the Q2 report is primarily due to timing differences. The city's net year-to-date surplus for January to June 30th, 2023 is approximately $1 million, contributing to a projected year-end surplus of over $500,000. This favorable outcome is attributed to revenue surpluses in Lagoon water storage and increased user and administration fees. The next quarterly report is Q3, covering January to September 30th, 2023, and will be presented in November. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Councillor Hibbs, please.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. You did touch on it, but I'm just curious as to the reasoning behind it. Business license revenue is down $39K. Just wondering if there's any guesses from administration as to why that might be, and then also what we might be doing about that.
I will have to defer to Director Piché.
Thank you, CEO Goody. The business licenses are changed process as to how the
how they're being collected. So in the past, the way business licenses were done is that every year they would be invoiced out, and that would be recognized as the revenue at the time. And then we would go back if we hadn't received the amounts from the invoices, we'd go out and collect. And then by the end of the year, we would try and correct that. However, this year we've changed our business license process, and it's been done where we were doing an online business license. And so it was up to a lot of the businesses to come forward to pay their licenses the first 3 months of the year. However, as of March, we then sent out invoices, and now we're going back and collecting what we can. So we're doing a cleanup of those that have not renewed their business licenses. But we do have quite a few that are out of town businesses that have said that they are not going to be doing any business within the city either. So we're just trying to reconcile all that now.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. The Lagoon Water Storage Agreement, could you just summarize quickly what the agreement was and how we could be in a position of 400,000 surplus, which is fantastic, but remind me how that was calculated.
I could go on camera, I guess, to give more details, but the city has a partnership with a local energy company to store water within the former lagoons for use in their industrial purposes. So as compensation for that use of the city's lagoons for storage, they compensate the city a certain amount per volume, and it results in that amount. It is uncertain, though. There's a minimum charge each year of $100,000 for having that agreement in place, and then there's additional fees if it is actually used. And so in our budget, of course, it can vary from zero some years to quite a bit of usage a year like this year. And so we budget for the base charge, and any actual usage is surplus.
So there would have been no usage anticipated in the budget. So in fact, this 400,000 it's quoted here for the first half of the year represents that volume representation. The vast majority of it anyway. Okay. On that same goods and services portion there, the $60 or $60,000 shortfall, cemetery services and security service. So is it safe to assume the security service is due to business operations LPS? And if so, does that represent the vast majority, the lion's share of that 60,000? I can't imagine cemetery services sales varying that much.
Yeah, security services is kind of a timing difference. It's the work that the CPO monitoring that is done by the police. That's billed quarterly. And I think the timing of the June variance report, quarterly billings weren't all complete at that time. So we'll see that bounce back a little bit. Cemetery services, it's just the way the budget falls and where it hit the end of June. There might be more business happening over the summer months.
I don't believe that we have a motion on the floor as yet. Councillor Ross?
Guess I'll make that motion. The council approves the city of Lacombe. Oh, sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Sorry, that was the next one. My apologies. I was way ahead of the next agenda. Where are we here? Okay.
Were you wanting to receive the variance report?
No,
for
but the
information?
council accepts the Q2 2023 financial report as information.
Other concerns? Questions? That was it, Councillor Ross?
Yes.
Okay,
sorry,
thank you.
I was already.
And that is on your machines. Please go ahead and vote. And that is unanimously in favor. Thanks, everyone. Director Piche, next item up, 6.6, the fire services agreement.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Prior to my report to council, I was going to introduce our fire chief. He was here for a little bit at the beginning of the meeting. Unfortunately, he had an incident that he had to run out to. So, but our new fire chief, his name is Jason Fleming. And Chief Fleming comes to us from the city of Calgary, where he is a acting lieutenant at the city of Calgary. And when he was off shift, he is actually at the Town of Olds Fire Department as well. So he's got lots of experience. He's been a firefighter since 2002, and he has certifications in NFPA 1021 Level 4. He has his active Blue Card Command certified instructor. He is a CISM certified facilitator, a hazardous material technician, and he has his ICS 400. He's been with us for 2 weeks now, and he is in the process of house hunting and will be moving with his family to Lacombe. And we look forward to working with him as he settles into Lacombe. So he'll probably be at a future meeting. So hopefully we can introduce you guys properly then too.
Thank you, Director Piche. I just want to make sure I didn't hear you correctly. He was formerly employed in Olds in Calgary.
At the same
not,
time.
Not currently with his position here.
No, not currently.
Thank you.
Formerly, sorry.
Thank you. No, appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah, he's currently here 100%. So before council this evening is the proposed agreement for fire services with Lacombe County. In 2020, the city and the county had started an intermunicipal collaboration framework where all agreements between the organizations were reviewed. During this process, a fire services review was conducted and completed in March of 2021. From that fire service review, when both organizations saw the recommendations, it was decided to explore a fee-for-service model. The administration created a report for the IDP ICF committee that focused on statistics, resourcing, and cost for fire responses. The IDP and ICF committee reviewed the report and directed administration to draft an agreement to support and move forward to a fee-for-service model. Some of the key points of the agreement is to provide fire services for a firefighting and emergency rescue for Lacombe County. The period of the contract for the fire services will commence, if approved, on October 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2043. So it is a 20-year agreement with review dates every 5 to 7 years. The service area that the city of Lacombe provides for the Lacombe County goes from Highway 604 down to the south to the Red Deer River, and it goes west to Gull Lake all the way to Range Road 254. The resources and allocations where there's going to be assignment of equipment and personnel as per the Lacombe County scope of practice. And the city will make all reasonable efforts to respond to all incidents. Yet both parties acknowledge that concurrent incidents can overwhelm resources. And should that occur, the incident deemed higher risk to life, property, or environment will have the resources deployed accordingly, and mutual aid will be called in to assist with other incidents. The ownership and cost, where the city maintains and covers the fire hall costs, and the county shares in the building costs. However, there will be a separate agreement for that, any of the construction of a fire station. Equipment, the city will assume the ownership of the county's firefighting equipment, and the county payments will include equipment credits. So each year for the first 5 years, we'll start with some of the credits of how much it would cost the city to attain ownership of the equipment, and that will be credited back to the county. So it's not where we're exchanging monetary dollars; it's more of a credit for their invoicing. The fees, so there'll be a fixed fee and a variable fee costs, which will be subject to adjustments and reviews. And all variable costs or costs of the response will be based on the Government of Alberta's rate table for incidents responses. And currently right now that's sitting at $650 an hour per engine and $190 per hour for a command vehicle. We're going to use our same outline process for resolving disputes as we do in the ICF process. And there's additional clauses of related and superseding agreements will be, of any superseding agreements will be ended at the agreement of signing of this agreement. So this agreement has been reviewed by the ICF and IDP committee at the July 25th, 2023 meeting, and a resolution was made at that meeting that the agreement be recommended for approval by the city and county councils. And the Lacombe County has approved their agreement at their August 24th, 2023 meeting. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I heard there was discussions in the past of dispatch being taken over by our own emergency dispatch of our Lacombe Police Service, and rather than having Red Deer Emergency Services. Is that still an option just because of the cost difference, or?
It is an option, but later on, right now, LPS is not ready for us. There's a lot of other work that would have to have been planned for that, and our agreement is up this coming with Red Deer, City of Red Deer. It expires at the end of 2023, and the LPS would not be ready for us. So we're going to probably extend that agreement for another couple of years.
Thank you. Councilor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Now I recognize that the question I'm about to ask may require us to go into camera, but I'll leave that up to administration's advice. So as part of fire services, that also involves personnel. And forgive me if I didn't read that in this memo or the attachment, but so in the past, there's been a situation where, you know, we have a fire chief, the county has a fire chief, like who takes command of a scene, who does the hiring, like all of that aspect. Is that something that's covered in a different document? Is that like, I guess I want some status report on that, because like fee for service, that's great, but that's still a factor like in, you know, providing fire. And so I'm just wondering how that's being addressed.
Yeah, that was one of the primary concerns we had. There is no superior fire chief to the other. The county fire chief, really through the CAO of the county, can provide sort of like contractual level direction, you know, providing notice of termination or wanting to renegotiate fees, that sort of thing. But there's no ability to show up on a scene and say, well, I'm taking over here, or direct what type of equipment is purchased by the city's fire department, or personnel issues within the fire department. That's all been clarified and removed.
So so I'm really clear that when Lacombe is hiring a fire chief, as we just did, it's Lacombe that's hiring a fire chief, and that is the way that it is.
Going forward, yes. This last fire chief, just to be very clear, was hired. Obviously, this agreement isn't in place, and so we did involve the county in that process, and they were very helpful. There was no issue with that, but that wouldn't be required once this is executed.
And while they should be, that's we're fortunate to have good partners to work with in this and others, because we don't have to look too far around the province to find areas where it's been extremely problematic. And I appreciate the work that the team has done, both elected and administratively, to bring this about. This has been a long process. So we certainly appreciate it. You had something to add, Director Piché?
There is a clause regarding staffing. It's not the clause I was thinking of, though. I'm sorry, but I do know that there is a clause that speaks to the fact that the city is responsible for their staff. And I'm sorry, I don't have it.
I was just looking.
Sorry, I'm not seeing, but there is a clause about staffing and that the city is responsible for the hiring of all of their staff for the service. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hoekstra?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I would like to move that we go beyond 9 o'clock.
It's appropriate, again, being it's 8:59. Thank you for noticing that. We don't need to enter that one in, do we? Can we vote on that? Old school, all those in favor? Any opposed? I see none, therefore we're able to go past 9 o'clock. Thank you. One other rather cumbersome item from before was billings and financial distribution thereof from services rendered along Highway 2. I don't think there's a lot of people in the public that understand that that's county jurisdiction, basically. And so now it's simply a matter of they obviously have to bill the government. I'm assuming is the way it still works, because it is their area, their jurisdiction. However, the rates are such based on provincial items. It's kind of an in and out thing. We bill them, and then they bill the county or however, or the province. Is that? I know that's a little simplified, but is that how it works now?
That is fair to say, because we're going to be staying with whatever the rate table is for the provincial government. We're going to be doing the exact same, and that's what we're billing the county for each incident. So when a call comes in, and this isn't just a response on the highway, this could be a structure fire somewhere in the county, we're going to be billing them that same amount. However, on the highway or any roadways, the county has that ability to bill back to the province as well. So yeah.
Thank you. I can't see on my machine here. Is that motion up? I realize it hasn't been made yet, but is it? We're in a position to bring that forward. Councillor Hoekstra?
Yes, I'm willing to make that motion. I just wanted to make a comment though first to Director Piché. I'm not seeing the staffing statement, and I'm not sure if we very well 18 and 19 refer to staffing, but it's not what you were thinking of. But I will make the motion that council approves the City of Lacombe County Fire Service Agreement.
Thank you. So that staffing item could be an interesting issue. Is there some other clauses besides numbers 18 and 19 that might better clarify? I guess it would just be a little awkward if we approved a document that did not address staffing.
Thank you. Coordinator Bellabono did highlight number 8 as being the required personnel per incident of fighting as required. When additional resources are required to provide fire services, the city will make a mutual aid request to other departments within the county. Also in the definitions, it does speak to firefighters who are members of the city's fire department, and it specifies specifically the city. So that might be.
Thank you for that. Does that offer the level of comfort that council is outlining staffing? Once again, I was not involved in these negotiations. I'm sure this has been over and maybe very well perfectly understood for both the city and the county. However, when you're entering into an agreement that has a rather long term, it would be nice if it was made crystal clear to avoid any unfortunate expectations down the road. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, McCreasy. When you read the whereas statements as the start to this agreement, it's clear that like the third one, the county desires to enter into an agreement with the city whereby the city will provide fire services to the county. And then the city's agreed to provide these certain fire services to the county. And then the county has agreed to pay for the fire services. So the staff, I know that this was all part of our discussion, the staffing, it belongs our city staff. And then that 18 and 19 addresses that the city will be responsible for the staff, the workers' comp and whatnot, and the personal documentation. And then the applicable county staff, we actually talked about that because who is that applicable county staff? There was some desire to have that specified as the chief, but then I'm trying to picture my notes at home, but I'm quite sure they felt comfortable that this is the way the applicable county staffer would be only the chief. So we felt very comfortable with this document when we discussed it.
It had suggested that firefighters outlined that it was city firefighters. I'm just curious. With command means the most senior officer in control of an incident or their designate. This can include, but is not limited to, the fire chief, deputy fire chief, captain, or lieutenant. That's great. So in an instance where a city fire captain was unable to make it and the county fire chief was, then they would be in control of the incident?
Only in the county, not in the city. Okay. So it is possible for the county to have command of an incident as per the policy. They have a practice and scope, but that has rarely to not happened in the time that we've been involved with fire services, that I've been involved with fire services.
And as Councillor Hoekstra pointed out, under the general terms number 8, the city shall assign its discretion in accordance with the Lacombe County scope of level of service for the Lacombe district. Okay. Equipment and personnel as required. Okay. Very good. Any other questions or concerns? Chief Gowdy.
So I just want to go back to the original, why the county did have a say in hiring the fire chief was that there's a 2013 agreement. It was unusual that they would have a say in a city hiring of a city staff. So there's a specific agreement whereby they paid 50% of the wages and benefits of the fire chief. And so within that agreement was obligations such as joint hiring practices and that sort of thing. It's not in here because it would just be, it would be unusual. It would be like saying, well, they have no ability to also hire the firefighters themselves, or there's infinite things that they don't have the ability to do. This document gives explicit instructions as to what the obligations will be, and it would be reasonable to expect that if there's an expectation that they would participate in the hiring process, such an unusual arrangement would be included here. This agreement supersedes all previous agreements as it relates to fire, and so there will be no, the only thing that had created that expectation of joint hiring was that 2013 agreement, which is no longer in effect.
Appreciate that clarification and background as well. Any other questions or concerns? The motion is for you on your machines. Please go ahead and vote. And that is unanimous in its approval of the Lacombe, or the City of Lacombe and Lacombe County Fire Services Agreement. Thanks, everyone. Next item up is for Director Thompson, the Enterprise Fleet Management Lease Pilot Program.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. For council's consideration tonight, administration is seeking council's endorsement of the city piloting a 5-year fleet lease program with Enterprise Fleet Management. Enterprise approached the city about 6 months ago or so, purporting to be able to, if the city were to flip all its fleet to Enterprise lease vehicles, owned and operated through the lease different model, that they could save the city upwards of $700,000 in over 10 years. And that comes after looking at the cost that we pay for vehicles, the cost that we're reselling vehicles at, the maintenance and operating costs of those vehicles, fuel costs, all in, and based on their fleet analysis and the expertise that they have, that these savings could be realized. And so the city has been, I guess, it's difficult for administration to really assess or analyze the benefits of the financial benefits of doing something like that, because to realize such savings, you have to take such a drastic step in order to see if they ring true. And certainly selling all of our fleet and then buying a new fleet through Enterprise was something that we just weren't comfortable with right off the hop. The upside, though, in addition to financial benefits, potentially, is that Enterprise offers a level of fleet analysis that we can't provide today. So, for example, we could look at what would it cost the city to convert to a fully electric fleet, if that were to be something that council wanted to explore. Enterprise could do that as part of their services. They could analyze what is the cost of vehicles on a per kilometer basis of this vehicle versus this vehicle versus this vehicle, and say, if you sell this Ford F-150 at year 4, that's going to be your best bang for your buck because it hasn't depreciated as much as, say, a different vehicle would depreciate at year 4. And so it's just a level of sophistication and analysis that that they're offering. And so it's enticing. There is an upside benefit to it that we would like to explore. We're not quite ready to say that we fully endorse this new model and want to jump into it, but we do think it's worth testing out in a pilot program over 5 years. And so we've come up with a pilot program that I think allows us to do that, but also allows us to involve the local vendors in a meaningful way. So what we're proposing is to sell 6 city trucks and lease 6 trucks through Enterprise Fleet Management, and then lease 1 compact SUV for City Hall to use as an admin vehicle. The vehicles, we would require Enterprise to solicit quotes from local vendors, and we would want to purchase 2 vehicles that Home Ford could supply, 2 vehicles that Widener Motors could supply, and 2 vehicles that Gary Mo Chrysler could supply, and just ensure that they are involved in the process, have an opportunity to provide a competitive quote. And then the city will, or administration will, assess the process, assess their services, assess the purchasing process, monitor the costs of these vehicles over time, and then at the end of a 5-year pilot program, bring a report back to council with a recommendation to either discontinue the pilot and go back to our current ownership model, to continue the pilot for a longer period of time, or to begin phasing it in to our fleet more broadly. And so tonight we're asking for council's endorsement of that plan. And if there's any questions, I can answer those.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Always open to ways to save tax dollars. However, I too would be leery of this program and like a more measured approach rather than jumping in head first to this. I'm just curious. This is basically pickup trucks only for this item thus far.
The pilot program contemplates 6 pickup trucks and 1 SUV, smaller vehicle for City Hall.
So we have 8 vehicles that accumulate less than 1,000 kilometers a year. It's like 80 kilometers. That's 20 kilometers a week. I mean, I was just kind of shocked to read that.
Seasonal vehicles that don't receive a lot of use throughout the year. Typically, they're the vehicles that are much older. They're 12 years old. Some are even older. Yeah, they don't see that many kilometers per year.
Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'm just a little surprised we have to do this 5-year program on this. Is there not a lot of information on leasing and the advantages or disadvantages to that out there already within the municipalities? Is there not somebody we could ask some questions and say, what happened with yours? Because for me, if we're going to do it, maybe we should just do it if it's that good.
So Enterprise does have a lot of clients, and they have a lot of municipal clients. They deal almost exclusively, or this branch or arm of Enterprise deals almost exclusively with not-for-profits, municipal clients, government sector employees who want to kind of defray the ownership responsibilities of older vehicles. And so certainly we can come back with a recommendation or with options to do a more comprehensive rollout of this. We just look at the cost savings that are being purported. It's possible that they are realized. We can go to other municipalities and say, are you seeing those cost savings too? Yeah, those are certainly options. We wanted to take a more measured approach and just to see if those cost savings are even starting to be realized on a shorter term. And certainly if we're seeing it right away, like within the first year or 2, 3 years, and yeah, it's real, then we could bring forward a recommendation to advance that schedule and have council consider that. It's just new, it's very new, and to take something like, we have a whole system set up with Public Works in terms of support staff, mechanics, a new stat. Like there's a lot of doing something like that would have a big impact, and would really we want to really make sure we are fully aware of the full impact on our operations before we pull the trigger. So that's why we wanted to propose a pilot program in addition to assessing the actual cost savings. But to your point, with council's direction, we can come back with alternatives to the pilot program that include a more broad implementation.
So to be clear with that last statement, then maintenance will not be performed by city personnel, changing oil and that kind of thing, as I'm assuming is done now. Is that the idea when you said the impact to?
So the maintenance costs of these vehicles would be under the pilot be done through enterprise authorized maintenance service shops, of which there are several in town. And so that's how it works. So oil changes, things like that would go to a shop that is authorized by enterprise to do that work. And that end maintenance cost is built into the rate. And so it's one of the benefits that they purport is they can negotiate really good rates with service providers. With newer vehicles, the maintenance costs are really limited to oil changes and things anyway, so they're not really high. And most of our staff that operate here are working mainly on heavier equipment than on light fleet anyway. But still, this is all new, and so we wanted to assess it to see what the full impact would be before coming to before making a recommendation to council to implement it widely. But certainly, to Councillor Gullickson's point, with council's direction, we can bring alternatives.
Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So a couple of questions. Of that 700,000, how much of it would be the 8 vehicles that are underutilized? And you're not going to replace those 8, I hope. They're only going 1,000 kilometers, and just throwing that out there. And then is any of that 700,000 then reduce staff hours? Because then you don't need that staff. I guess I'm curious what you have those 4 bullets for the 700,000, but what is it reduced staffing as well?
To Councillor Hoekstra, that does not include staff time in that at all. So that is purely the vehicle, everything associated with the vehicle directly. And so I would just, in terms of what makes up that $700,000, I would reiterate the bullets in the memo that reselling vehicles every 4 to 5 years while the resale value is high, there's savings to the city there of retained value of those vehicles. There is a selling of 8 underutilized vehicles. They are the old vehicles that have low kilometers. They're probably not going to get the highest market rate, but mainly not because of the kilometers, but because they are old and they're dings and things like that that are make them the seasonal vehicles. And then there's fixed maintenance expenses. So that's built into the lease rate. So those are fixed across the whole lease term. And then fuel efficiency of a younger fleet with current technology. So that cost would come through savings in fuel costs as well.
Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I appreciate the tentative steps in this direction, but I guess my question would be, say the pilot program fails, whatever, that we decide that we're not going to pursue that. What are the costs of that? Because now we're going to have to, I assume, augment the fleet because now we don't have, like, do you know what I mean? Like, what would be the impact of us deciding to not proceed past the pilot stage and revert back to the program that we currently operate?
Well, that's a good question. One of the benefits of the lease equity model that is run by Enterprise, and it's not exclusive to them, but it's just a model they proposed, is the lease cost. We can buy out the vehicles at the end. So we'd own the vehicles and they would be owned by the city of Lacombe. And so the cost of the municipality is replacing, by entering the pilot, is the risk of replacing 6 vehicles before they need to be replaced under the current model. And so those vehicles would be worked into the new cycle. There would be, we would either defer some vehicle replacements or advance them. It would just become the early purchase of vehicles that otherwise wouldn't have been repurchased. So I don't have a dollar value for you for council tonight in terms of the cost, but that would be the cost, is the early purchase of vehicles if this was endorsed.
Can you give some sort of estimation? Just I'm feeling like I want to feel like I'm giving a future council an actual real option, or is that just like we're saying that you have the option to not continue with the pilot program, but really that's just not realistic because it would be like cost prohibitive, I guess is what I'm looking for. So that's why I'm looking for a fair, like loose assessment. I realize that I'm not going to hold you to the dollar, but just so I can kind of ballpark it in my mind.
The replacement of a vehicle is about, we're buying new vehicles that are around $45,000, let's say that. Selling vehicles. Probably $150,000 to $200,000 in terms of early purchase. But again, that's amortized over the life of the vehicle. So that would be maybe the capital cost if we were to just in year one. But in terms of the impact on the full 10-year fleet budget was what I think council would be most interested in. That's something we would have to really look at to provide some advice to council on that. And certainly we can do that.
Gio Gotti?
Below, I mean, you mentioned 200,000, and so I don't want that to be stuck in councilors' minds, because it's 200,000 in the year that we discontinued the program, but that 200,000 would still have existed within the 10-year plan. It just was moved around. So it's tough to provide a value because it's what you're asking really boils down to what's the cost of replacing a truck 2 years earlier than we otherwise would have replaced it. And I would say, oh, that's tough. It depends how long it lasts. But the lease cost of that truck for 2 years could be used as an estimate. And so there we're looking at, maybe $10,000 a unit. So I would put the risk factor of what you're asking for more in that $50,000 range.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Councillor Dallas?
Thank you, Mayor Casey. I don't know. I certainly think this is an interesting proposal. The one item that really I'm pleased with is just the seasonal leases for the low use vehicles. That's something I'm familiar with. 5-month leases in other municipalities when seasonal workers come on, and then at the end of that 5 months, my only bonus expense that I see with lease vehicles is the abuse that vehicles take and the condition that they're expected to be returned in. It just seems like it could be a large expense at the end or during the life of the vehicle, constantly sending it to body shops to be touched up and repaired. But I would be interested in seeing how this works with a small number of our fleet vehicles.
One thing we haven't talked about is the impact to local dealerships too, because chances are they're going to be squeezed out of this program because Canoe buys a lot of vehicles and I doubt they're going to be buying from a Lacombe business, quite frankly. So that's a consideration, what council places on that. I think there is value, but how much that value is, that's not an easy thing to determine. Chief Gotti?
So that wasn't, we anticipated that concern. We had that concern as well. We are able to direct where they're getting quotes from. We didn't want to say only local, no matter the cost. So we have said, hey, local has to be included. Sure, you guys buy hundreds or thousands of vehicles from bigger dealerships. We need to make sure that the local dealers have an opportunity to be competitive. Under your procurement policy, you allow a 2%, a 2% factor for local purchasing. So that would continue to be applied in this case and going through the program.
Fair enough. But if that were invoked, that's for the city of Lacombe to pick up. The procurement company's not going to pay the extra just to please us. I mean, okay. Yeah. Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Casey. I would move that council endorses the city piloting a 5-year fleet lease program with Enterprise Fleet Management. That's. Thank you.
Any other concerns, questions? Please go ahead and vote. So that is in favor by a margin of 5-1 with one flyer there. The mayor. Thanks, everyone. And next up, CEO Gowdy, there was some appointment of some volunteers to our commissions, boards, and committees, and the council policy for those. Item 6.8, please.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So at a past meeting, I think it was in June or July, we had a discussion about ensuring that as appointments were coming up, or either reappointment of an existing member or a vacancy that would require a new member on boards, committees, and commissions, that we should have a consistent practice of always advertising for whether it's a vacancy or an appointment or an opening. And that would make sure that council's not in an awkward position of saying, well, yes, for this one, I want to, this Mr. James, I don't really like him on this committee, so I'd like you to advertise for those ones. But Mr. Brown over here, I do like him, so we'll just accept his interest. If we have a consistent pool of applicants coming forward, then that gives council and the commission, board, or committee an opportunity to provide direction on bringing in new ideas and fresh perspectives. And it also gives us a number of resumes to potentially, if they're not successful in their first choice, to offer them other choices and membership changing over. However, because appointments to volunteers, commissions, boards, and committees happen in camera, that discussion actually was in camera and never captured in official direction to the city. And so we ended up in kind of a awkward spot where one of our commissions had requested the reappointment for good and valid reasons of an existing member. And we said, well, that's fine. You can recommend that happen and council will consider that. However, we're advertising for this upcoming vacancy. And so just to make sure that we're aligned with council and doing what you want us to do, we have brought an updated appointment of volunteers to commissions, boards, and committees policy for your endorsement or amendment that captures that very thing, that both openings and vacancies, one being there's an interested sitting existing incumbent that wants to be reappointed, one being there's no one in that position, it's a true vacancy. Both of those would be advertised and then brought to council and the board for ratification. This policy ensures a consistent approach to that throughout your boards, commissions, and associations, commissions, boards, and committees, I'm sorry. And so we are recommending its adoption this evening, but we're open to any questions or amendments you might have for it.
Thank you, CEO Gowdy. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I definitely remember that conversation. I was definitely in support of this idea. So I would move that council adopt the appointment of volunteers to commissions, boards, and committee policy 117.01, 2023 PO as presented.
Thank you. So this is an interesting one because we have such a variety of boards and commissions and committees, and some people may value them differently depending on what they accomplish in our community. The simple fact of the matter is they're all important, and I think that there's some value in advertising, even when there very well may be a very legitimate and worthwhile individual who needs to carry her forward. I still think we owe it to the community to see what else is out there. To suggest that that's going to happen often, I think, is unrealistic. But I think this consistency is worthwhile and will be the best route to go in the future, and not put both the electeds and administration in the awkward position of suggesting that this needs to be done. It can be viewed as kind of a punishment or a bit of a slap in the face from some, and that's never the case, but it's still can be taken that way, and that's unfortunate. So this makes it pretty cut and dried. I like the approach myself. Everybody's good? Please go ahead and vote. And that is unanimously in favor. Thank you. With public hearings and stuff, I'd like to ask, did I skip over anything or miss any numbers? I think we're good, but I've seen a bunch of lights coming on. Our next meetings, Monday, September 11th is a regular council meeting here in Chambers at 5:30. And then I think we put forward the committee of the whole meeting, same time and place here on September 18th. It's listed as tentative in this item, but that in fact was approved this evening. Okay. And then Monday, September the 5th, we're back to a regular council meeting here at 5:30 as well. So those can be added to your calendars. And I believe that leaves us with the in-camera items. So if we could have a motion accordingly, please. Councilor Dallas.
Motion to move in camera.
9:36, thank you. Please go ahead and vote. That is green, good to go. All in favor? Thank you.